Did you know that Pei Yenchu had an accident and lost his memory? Really? When did this happen? I went to visit a relative in the international hospital's inpatient department, and I happened to run into Pei Yenchu. I greeted him, but he actually asked me who I was. Are you sure he's not pretending to have amnesia to avoid you? He and Xiao Wan Little Qi were famous enemies in high school. We're all good friends with Xiao Qi, so maybe he was pretending not to know him. I suspected that too, so I wrote down his bed number and asked at the nurse's station. The nurse first asked me if I was his friend. He hadn't paid his hospital fees for 2 weeks, so I quickly left. The once arrogant Pei Yenchu has fallen so low. The small group of 4 was refreshing their messages on the phone. TSK, Pei Yenchu was so popular in high school, always surrounded by friends. How did he end up like this so quickly? I even heard about the personnel changes in the Pei family's corporation while I was abroad. Pei Yenchu got sidelined by his uncle, and his position was taken away. He's probably bankrupt by now. If I were Pei Yenchu, I would pretend to have amnesia too if I ran into old classmates after falling so low. The other 3 were discussing it enthusiastically, while Wenqi hadn't said anything yet. The friend who started the conversation privately messaged Wenqi. Xiao Qi, did you see the messages in the group? Wenqi replied. I saw. His eyes lowered as he typed. The international hospital, right? Nearby. Which floor is Pei Yenchu on? Send me his room number. The other side replied in surprise. What are you planning to do? Wenqi. I just want to see what game Pei Yenchu is playing, whether it's real amnesia or fake. Upon seeing the message, Wenqi's first reaction was disbelief. After all, this was Pei Yenchu. The Pei family's patriarch made his fortune by flipping properties, taking advantage of the times. After founding the Peiza Group, he made broad investments across various fields, with many relatives involved, and the family's power was deeply rooted. The Pei family's influence and fortune were massive, and at one point, their name shone like gold. Pei Yenka's father, the current leader of Peiza, attracted attention from everyone around him, with even the school's board of directors receiving investments from the family. Pei Yenchu grew up surrounded by praise, with a handsome and captivating appearance. He was carefree and arrogant, as if everyone owed him something. And his mouth was especially irritating. A trace of dislike flashed in Wenqi's eyes. Ding! The machine's female voice softly announced the arrived floor as the elevator doors slowly opened. A young man in his 20s appeared in the elevator. He was tall and slim, with chestnut-colored hair that shimmered in the light, wearing a white sweatshirt. His long pants accentuated his straight, slender legs. He raised his head, revealing a pair of delicate eyebrows and eyes that, despite being covered by a black mask, were calm and emotionless. Wenqi walked towards the inpatient area, his phone displaying a string of numbers sent by the other side. 713, 715, 717. Wenqi slowed his steps in front of room 717, where he could hear the nurse's voice. Bed 1502, your prepaid hospital fees have run out. Please make sure to pay soon. Then a deep male voice responded apologetically. Sorry, it might take a few more days. My cousin said he would pay my hospital fees, but I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Once I borrow the money, he'll pay immediately. Pei Yenchu actually apologized. Wenqi raised his eyebrows slightly. A car accident, and his personality changes too. The sound of a small wheel rolling across the floor echoed. Wenqi took a few steps back, moved aside to let the nurse push the small cart past, and after she left, he entered the hospital room. The international hospital is a private one with expensive fees. The medical staff is top-notch, and the medical equipment is at the forefront of international standards. The decor of the rooms resembles that of hotel suites. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the light was bright, and the ginkgo tree outside the window shimmered with golden light. The patient stood alone by the window, his back looking lonely in the vast hospital room. He heard footsteps and turned to see Wen-Chi. Wen-Chi instinctively slowed his pace. The man in front of him was tall, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead. His handsome, deep features looked fragile due to the hospital gown. When he saw Wen-Chi, he paused for a moment, then politely asked, "Who are you?" He was playing the part well. Wen-Chi scoffed and didn't answer. He scanned the room, looking for clues about his act of amnesia. His gaze landed on a basket of mangoes on the table, and his expression flickered with surprise. Even he knew that Pei Yen-Chu was allergic to mangoes who came to visit him with a whole bag of mangoes. Wen-Chi furrowed his brow and asked, "Who bought you the mangoes?" He asked bluntly, and Pei Yen-Chu wasn't bothered. He replied, "My cousin bought them when he came to visit me last time." He smiled and slowly reminisced, "He's such a good guy. When I first woke up, he was running around, taking care of me personally. Even the mangoes were peeled and handed to me." Then his tone shifted, and he sighed, "Unfortunately, my cousin has been too busy recently to visit me, and he forgot to transfer the hospital fee." Wen-Chi's expression turned odd. Pei Yanke's authority had been usurped by his uncle. And now the cousin he was referring to must be his uncle's son. Wen-Chi asked, "Did you eat the mangoes?" "Yes," Pei Yen-Chu nodded as if it were obvious. "But I had an allergic shock from eating them. But I can't blame him, after all, it's something even I didn't know." Wen-Chi's voice was clear like a mountain spring, with a hint of unmasked sarcasm. "Pei Yen-Chu, did you have a car accident and lose your IQ too?" He took off his mask, continuing, "Your mango allergy was so severe that you ended up in the hospital. Your cousin not knowing about it is truly suspicious. I think you might as well stop waiting for him to come and pay your hospital bills and instead ask if they hire part-time workers here. After all, you were once the CEO of Pesa, you can't just skip out on your hospital bill, right?" Pei Yen-Chu remained quiet, watching him with a faint smile in his eyes. "Has anyone ever told you that your eyes are very beautiful?" Wen-Chi's words suddenly caught in his throat. His eyes widened, and an indescribable anger surged, coloring his face. Back in high school, when Pei Yen-Chu climbed over the wall into the school campus and landed on the path, the first thing he said to Wen-Chi was exactly this. Not a word had changed. Pei Yen-Chu was doing this on purpose. Wen-Chi's eyes gleamed with fury, shining with a flicker of sparkling light. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Pei Yen-Chu, are you really suffering from amnesia or just pretending?" Back in high school, when Pei Yen-Chu saw him angry, he would smile and tease him, "Why aren't you happy with the compliment?" This time, Pei Yen-Chu also noticed the displeasure on Wen-Chi's face and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" The completely different response awakened a few fragments of reason in Wen-Chi. His anger subsided a little, and he said, "I don't like it when people say I'm pretty." Pei Yen-Chu smiled and replied, "So bossy. You don't even let people say you're pretty." "Fine, I won't say it then." He asked again, "You've been here for so long, you should tell me your name by now." Wen-Chi pressed his lips together, speaking stiffly, "We're not that familiar. I'm just passing by, I'll leave soon. No need to share my name." Pei Yanke's eyes gradually dimmed, his expression turning desolate. "I thought you were my friend." Wen-Chi furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy, everything about this situation felt off. What happened to the Pei Yen-Chu he knew? Where did the arrogance go? And where were all his many friends who used to follow him around like a flock of geese? Was it really true that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter? Pei Yanke's voice sounded lonely. "Well, at least I met someone new after waking up. Can you at least tell me your last name?" Wen-Chi looked away, uncomfortable. "My last name is Wen from Tingwen." It made it seem like they were meeting for the first time. But back then, when Pei Yen-Chu had asked for his name, he hadn't given it, and after a fight, they were caught by the supervising teacher. Now, today, he was giving his surname. Pei Yen-Chu seemed thoughtful. Is the when school beauty in my phone contacts you? When Chi's anger flared up again. Try calling me that again, I dare you. Back in high school, there was some competition for the title of school beauty, and someone had posted a picture of him in class and submitted it under the school beauty category. By the time he found out, his votes were so high that he was far ahead of the second place, with a margin of over 2,000 votes. He was a grown man. What was he doing being called a school beauty? Furious, he found the account that had uploaded the picture and had the admin track down the ID overnight. It was Pei Yenchu. The post for school beauty was deleted, but the title stuck with him for 3 years. All those past incidents had quietly been covered up by the passage of time. But now, after only a few words exchanged, 2 old grudges were reignited, flaring up in anger. Pei Yenchu innocently held up his phone, adding fuel to the fire. Are you sure it's not you? Let me make a call and see. When Chi snapped back, wait, how do you even have my contact information? Pei Yenchu replied, I have over 800 people in my contacts, I don't know how I ended up with so many. I called my parents first after I woke up, but no one answered. Afterward, quite a few people called me, but only my cousin came to visit me at the hospital. When Chi froze for a moment. Pei Yenka's parents had died in a car accident 2 years ago, and the news had spread everywhere. Even when Chi, who was in college at the time, knew about it. When Chi felt some sympathy and his voice softened. He asked, did the doctor say when you might recover your memory? Pei Yenchu replied. The doctor said it depends on the situation with the blood clot in my head. It could take 3 to 4 months, or it could never come back. He added with a smile, but no one has come to look for me, so whether I recover my memory or not doesn't really matter, right? When Chi, accustomed to seeing Pei Yenka's high and mighty aristocratic demeanor, felt an odd discomfort. Come to think of it, back in high school, Pei Yenka's mango allergy was also related to him. Although we're not close, we were classmates in high school. When Chi hesitated, then said, let me pay your hospital bill, you don't have to pay me back. After saying it, he himself felt awkward and avoided eye contact, his speech faster than usual. Well, take care of yourself. I'll leave now. Whether it's true amnesia or pretending, in the end, it was still unclear. After a few words, when Chi ended up hurriedly paying for the hospital bill. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Thinking that they wouldn't meet again anyway. He decided to treat it as settling an old score from high school and turned to leave. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind, and before he knew it, his wrist was grabbed. Long, distinct fingers tightly gripped his wrist, with a force that was a little too strong, as if afraid of losing something precious. When Chi turned in shock and met Pei Yenka's eyes, which were filled with urgent light. Realizing his behavior was inappropriate, Pei Yenchu quickly let go, standing there with an awkward expression, unsure of what to do. I have no memory right now, and no place to go. He looked at Wen Chi, his gaze filled with something unusual and suppressed, his voice soft as he asked, could you take me with you? Chapter 2 Master, what did you call me? Without Wen Chi's involvement, the group chat was still buzzing with discussions, and before long, the topic shifted to what they would have for dinner. Friends studying abroad on the other side of the ocean were not at mealtime and could only drool in front of their screens, lamenting, I can't eat anything. You guys are just torturing me. The chat was filled with laughter, while Wen Chi sat in the back seat of the car and sent a sticker. As soon as he appeared, he immediately caught everyone's attention. Xiao Qi, you're here. Did you see the chat history? The chat history has probably reached 99 messages, Wen Chi, I saw it, and I even went to the hospital to visit Pei Dog. The message caused a huge stir in the group chat, and people were bombarding him with questions. You went to the hospital? So is Pei Yenchu really suffering from amnesia or is he faking it? I was wondering why you didn't show up this afternoon. You weren't fighting, were you? Fighting in the hospital is convenient. They can treat you on the spot. Wen Qi didn't care about the consequences of his words and replied casually. No fighting. When I paid his hospital bill, I asked for the diagnosis report, and the hospital said it's amnesia. By the way, I brought Pei Yanchu home with me. There was a brief pause in the messages before the group erupted with comments. You brought Pei Yanchu home? Wen Qi, he's in the recovery phase, so he could be discharged. But his property is frozen due to a business dispute, and he has nowhere to go. So, he came to work as my servant. As soon as his message was sent, the music in the ride-hailing car ended with the last beat of the song, automatically switching to the next one. The familiar soft melody played, followed by the gentle singing of a female voice. Wen Qi's pupils shrank slightly, and his fingers froze in midair, hovering over the screen. The driver, focusing on the red light counting down in front of the intersection, hummed along with the melody and then chuckled as he commented. When I proposed to my wife, I used this song, and this one was the background music. Time flies, our kid is already 5 years old. Wen Qi suddenly spoke up, driver, the light is green. The driver looked up just in time to see the traffic light change from red to green, quickly nodded, and drove forward. The white car stopped in front of an apartment in the city center. The two of them got out of the car, and Wen Qi, without saying a word, led Pei Yanchu upstairs. The apartment was a unit per floor building, and the elevator stopped at the 22nd floor. As soon as they entered, a small white fluffy dog wagged its tail and ran over, spinning in circles and whining, almost as if asking why they were so late returning. The moment Wen Qi saw the enthusiastic dog, the tension in his body relaxed, and a small smile appeared on his face. He took off his mask, bent down, and picked up the dog, gently soothing it. I know, we're back. Pei Yanchu followed them into the entrance, still wearing the hospital gown with just a black coat over it, no luggage, and had come here just like that. He asked, what's the dog's name? Wen Qi, in a good mood while holding the little dog, happily replied, it's called Yuanbao. Pei Yanchu hesitated and looked at him. You don't have a crush on me, do you? Wen Qi, taken aback by this sudden question, couldn't hide his surprised expression. He turned to look at him, his voice rising an octave, who has a crush on whom? Pei Yanchu said, my cousin told me that my family used to spoil me a lot, and they gave me the nickname Yanbao. Yanbao, both these names are so similar. A hint of shyness appeared on his handsome face. You wouldn't be seeing the dog and thinking of me, would you? Pei Yanchu quickly found an excuse and sighed. I understand. After all, I'm handsome and my family is wealthy. You think the gap between us is too big. So after graduating from high school, you didn't dare disturb me. You could only secretly express your admiration for me through Yuanbao's name. Woo. The dog, who had been singled out, shook its pointed ears and tilted its head in confusion. Stop. Wen Qi's temples throbbed as he didn't know whether to ask how Pei Yanchu had the nerve to compare himself to a cute dog or whether to punch that annoyingly smug face. I do not have a crush on you. We're just ordinary classmates who haven't even spoken much. Wen Qi's blood pressure spiked. It felt like he had used up his yearly quota of frustration from talking to Pei Yanchu today. His tone was furious as he emphasized, listen carefully. Yuanbao has nothing to do with you, so stop adding drama to it. Pei Yanchu seemed somewhat disappointed. All right. The little white dog in Wen Qi's arms curiously stared at the unfamiliar person entering the door, whining twice. Hello, Yuanbao, Pei Yanchu greeted the dog with an easy expression. Then turned to Wen Qi and asked, Master, where will I be staying? Wen Qi, who had just prepared himself mentally, now found himself completely thrown off guard. He stared at him in disbelief and asked, what did you just call me? Master, Pei Yanchu replied with a puzzled tone, clearly not understanding the expression on Wen Qi's face. Didn't you say you were bringing me back to be your servant? He recited the words Wen Qi had said in the hospital room, imitating the exact tone with great precision. Come with me. I just happen to need a servant to do laundry, cook, and clean. You'll be on call 24/7. If I point east, you can't go west. No salary, no benefits, but food and housing are provided. Do you want to come? The harsh and picky tone, including the pauses in the sentences, was replicated so perfectly it seemed like a reenactment. Pei Yenchu acted like a new servant eager to show his loyalty, speaking with enthusiasm, "Since I promised to be your personal servant. Of course, I should call you master." Wen-Chi was stunned by his logic, feeling like something was off. Why did everything sound so strange when it came from Pei Yanka's mouth? And since when did he agree to be his personal servant? He looked lost, his pale cheeks flushed with a thin layer of pink. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a while, and finally managed to say, "Shameless." Pei Yanka's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he instinctively responded, "Say it a few more times." Wen-Chi widened his eyes in disbelief. "I mean," Pei Yenchu cleared his throat. "You look like you're in a bad mood. If calling me names helps you feel better, then feel free to do so." Within 2 minutes of bringing Pei Yenchu inside, Wen-Chi was already regretting his decision. Is it still too late to kick him out? "Alright, since you don't want me to call you master," Pei Yenchu said with a slight smile, feigning compromise, "can you at least tell me your name?" Was it his fault for not giving his name earlier? Wen-Chi took a deep breath, his tone stiff as he said, "My name is Wen-Chi, Chi as in blessing. Just call me by my name." He glanced at Pei Yenchu, still wearing the hospital gown, standing there, looking out of place. "You just came from the hospital, go take a shower. The clothes you're wearing are disposable, I'll find you a new set." He found the sight of Pei Yenchu standing there in the hospital gown annoying, or rather, just being around him in general was frustrating. He just wanted a moment of peace. How could he have been so impulsive in the hospital and agreed to bring this dog home? Pei Yenchu nodded, then turned toward the bathroom as Wen-Chi indicated. The sound of water started flowing. Wen-Chi played with the little dog for a while, then went to the bedroom to find clothes. Pei Yenchu was half a head taller than him, so he had to find clothes in a bigger size. While mumbling to himself about how it was pointless for someone to be so tall, he picked out a loose outfit and also retrieved a new pair of underwear from the drawer. When he left the bedroom, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Wen-Chi knocked on the door, briefly saying, "Here are your clothes." Footsteps approached, then paused behind the frosted glass of the bathroom door. The door opened, and the humid mist from the shower poured out through the gap. Wen-Chi handed the clothes over, saying, "Just wear these for now, we can go buy new ones tomorrow. The underwear is new, never worn." The hot fingers of Pei Yenchu brushed against Wen-Chi's fingertips, and it felt like a spark had ignited, searing with intense heat. Wen-Chi's hand trembled slightly, and his words faltered. He instinctively looked up. Pei Yenka's upper body was bare, with tanned, firm chest muscles rising and falling with his breath. A series of clear water droplets ran down his body, tracing the tight curve of his narrow waist and the distinct muscles of his 8-pack abs. Two deep, sensual lines of his mermaid curve extended downward, disappearing beneath the white towel wrapped around his lower body. The towel hung loosely, as though it might fall off at any moment. His sharp, chiseled features looked even more defined after the shower, giving him a more imposing, almost predatory air. The faint, sweet fragrance of grapefruit from the body wash lingered around him. "Thank you," Pei Yenchu said. Wen-Chi quickly pulled his hand back, averting his gaze. "No need." The bathroom door was shut once again. Wen-Chi unconsciously pinched his fingers, feeling as though a brand had been left on his fingertips from the brief contact. It still tingled faintly, subtly reminding him of its presence. Before long, Pei Yenchu reappeared before Wen-Chi. For Wen-Chi, the oversized sweatshirt fit Pei Yenchu perfectly. He wore a pair of dark gray athletic pants that hung loosely, but the pant legs were too short, exposing a pair of slender ankles. Wen-Chi glanced at him briefly and nodded. "It's okay. I have a small problem, Pei Yanchu said in a calm voice. Wen-Chi asked, what? A trace of mischievousness flashed in Pei Yankus' eyes before it quickly vanished, and he handed Wen-Chi a piece of cloth, stating seriously, the underwear is too small, it's tight, I can't wear it. Wen-Chi was taken aback. So, Pei Yanchu was currently in a bit of a predicament. In the next moment, Pei Yankus' gaze scanned Wen-Chi's lower half, and he kindly added, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Wen-Chi hadn't given it much thought at first, but upon Pei Yankus' comment, he quickly understood the underlying implication, and the anger that had finally subsided flared up again. Who does he think he's looking down on? His size is perfectly normal, thank you very much. Wen-Chi almost wanted to pull down his pants and show him, his expression deadpan as he slowly clenched his fists, his gaze drifting to the gauze on Pei Yankus' forehead. He reminded himself that the person in front of him was a patient and that he needed to be patient. Had already spent 25,000 yuan, he couldn't waste another 25,000 on this shameless fool. Through gritted teeth, Wen-Chi said, you can keep it, don't bother returning it. Pei Yanchu replied, okay, and casually stuffed it into his sweatshirt pocket. With sincerity, Pei Yanchu said, this is the first gift you've ever given me after we reconnected. I'll treasure it. Wen-Chi. Chapter 3 Asking for Help. Wen-Chi's temples throbbed, and he extended his hand. You should give it back to me. Pei Yanchu hesitated. I've worn it. You want me to take it back and wear it again? So frugal did you spend all your savings on my medical bills in the hospital? Neither giving it back nor keeping it. Pei Yanchu blocked all options with his words. Wen-Chi smiled. Now, let's establish the first rule in this house. You can only nod or shake your head. Without my permission, you're not allowed to speak. Do you understand? Pei Yanchu raised an eyebrow and obediently nodded. He was wearing a plain sweatshirt and athletic pants, and he looked a few years younger, like a male college student. When he wasn't speaking, he actually looked more pleasant. Throw the underwear and the clothes you changed out of into the trash, Wen-Chi said. Then answer my question, can you cook? A slight hint of hesitation appeared on Pei Yankus' face, but he nodded again. There's chicken breast in the fridge. After marinating it, fry it, then cook some broccoli and a boiled egg for my dinner. There's steak and eel in the freezer. So just pick what you want and cook it. Wen-Chi went out for a while and was already feeling somewhat fatigued. He quickly gave his instructions and then added, call me when the food is ready, before heading back to his room. In recent years, his spirits had been quite low. Today, his emotions had been all over the place while dealing with Pei Yanchu. His already limited energy had been completely drained. Wen-Chi took a shower in his en-suite bathroom, changed into his usual clothes, and picked up Yuanbao again. He sat at the desk, staring blankly at the audio tracks on the computer screen. His pale, slender fingers slowly traced the puppy's fur. In the deep silence, it seemed like the dog sensed his mood and gently nudged him with its fluffy head. Suddenly, the sound of clattering, like broken dishes, shattered the quiet with a loud crash. Yuanbao's ears perked up, and its dark, grape-like eyes glanced toward the door. Wen-Chi paused in his petting motion. Realizing that the noise came from the kitchen. He snapped out of his daze and furrowed his brows. What mess had Pei Yanchu caused this time? Wen-Chi stood up with the puppy in his arms and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw smoke drifting from the kitchen, and the air was thick and choking. His heart sank. He rushed to the kitchen, anxiously asking, what happened? Pei Yanchu was coughing while cleaning a blackened frying pan. Ceramic shards were scattered on the floor, with sharp edges gleaming. I just wanted to fry an egg, Pei Yanchu explained, his words broken. It burned, and the pan got scorched. Wen-Chi, worried that the dog might get hurt, quickly shut Yuanbao outside the kitchen. He then turned the smoke extractor to full power and couldn't help but ask, didn't you say you could cook? Pei Yanchu calmly nodded. I can make tangyuan and dumplings. So I guess I can cook. When she glanced to the side and saw Pei Yanka's phone on the marble countertop, its screen cracked at the corners, playing a tutorial video for frying eggs in a pan. He really shouldn't have expected this young master to know how to cook. Wen-Chi was both frustrated and speechless. He bent down to pick up the broken ceramic shards, but Pei Yanchu quickly grabbed his wrist. "Don't move." His tone was so harsh that Wen-Chi was startled. Pei Yanchu softened his tone. "You go out. I'll clean up." Wen-Chi hesitated, then said, "Fine, I'll let you clean up. I'll order takeout." Pei Yanchu stubbornly replied, "No need. It was just an accident. Cooking isn't hard. I'll follow the recipe and I can learn." If his face didn't have 2 large smudges of black soot, this statement might have sounded more believable. Wen-Chi found it a bit amusing. "You're learning now, so when will we actually eat?" Pei Yanchu replied seriously. "At 6 o'clock. I promise you'll be able to eat before 6. Wen-Chi, eager to see the show, nodded. "All right, I'll wait." The thought of possibly witnessing Pei Yanka's failure made Wen-Chi feel oddly expectant. He left the kitchen, leaving the space for Pei Yanchu, and the little dog, having discovered it couldn't get in, turned to drink water instead. Wen-Chi sat on the small sofa in the living room, listening to the occasional clattering sounds coming from the kitchen. He opened his phone. After a while, he checked his group chat, which had 99 unread messages, but now the conversation had died down. Wen-Chi skimmed through the messages. They were either about him taking advantage of the situation to vent his anger or worrying that Pei Yanchu might seek revenge once he regained his memory. The conversation had escalated into a chaotic argument, with 3 people fighting like 30. Wen-Chi. Pei Yanchu is cooking. I'm waiting to see what he comes up with. His friend studying abroad had already gone to bed, and another friend seemed busy. Only the one who had been in contact about Pei Yanka's hospitalization replied. Su Qianjun, he's not going to poison the food, right? Shock. Wen-Chi, I don't think so. If he poisons me, where will he find free meals? He can't even afford to fix his cracked screen. Su Qianjun, sounding worried, Chi, why don't you let him eat first, then you try a bite after? Wen-Chi, if he makes steak, do I really have to wait for him to take a bite first? Su Qianjun, then forget it, sounds like you're eating his leftovers. He then suggested, how about this, you cut the steak and give him the first piece. Wen-Chi imagined the scene. It felt weird. Wen-Chi, when he left the hospital, he only had a phone and an ID, nothing else. Even if he wanted to poison someone, he doesn't have the means. Wen-Chi, do you know where all his friends went? Su Qianjun was usually more well-informed. The ones he hung out with have all been locked up at home, and some were directly sent on private jets abroad. Everyone knows that the Pei family is undergoing a major reshuffling, and they won't let the younger generation interfere. Wen-Chi chuckled. As a bystander, he had moved Pei Yanchu, the hot potato, out of the way, making it easier for everyone. Wen-Chi changed the topic, why did you change your profile picture again? Su Qianjun, this one brings good fortune. By the way, my agent asked a famous master to read my fortune, and they said I need to change my stage name. Only then will my luck improve. Wen-Chi, so what's your name now? Su Qianjun, Su Shui, from now on, you all have to call me by this name. Su Qianjun, I also bought a lucky bracelet and some rice from the master. I'll give them to you next time we meet. Wen-Chi, why rice? Su Qianjun. It's not just any rice. It's special rice blessed in front of the Buddha. You have to mix it with regular rice and cook it together to make lucky rice. Su Qianjun went on enthusiastically, rambling about other lucky items that needed attention. Wen-Chi lazily leaned back on the sofa, resting his face on one hand while holding his phone with the other. A gentle smile rippled across his clear eyes. After finishing its water, the little dog trotted back, using its paws to nudge Wenqi's pants, signaling that it wanted to get on the couch. Wenqi lifted the little dog onto his lap. The fluffy puppy curiously squeezed between him and the phone, its little black nose sniffing around. Like Wenqi, Su Qianjun had a free schedule, so Wenqi decided to video call him. As soon as the call connected, Su Qianjun was greeted with an adorable shot of the puppy's head filling the screen. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Yuan Bao." The little dog barked excitedly. Su Qianjun played with the puppy for a while, then lamented, "I should have bought something lucky for our Yuan Bao too. I forgot." Wenqi replied, "No, don't. You don't have much money saved up, don't waste it all." Su Qianjun chuckled foolishly, "It's fine, don't look at my small agency, but I still have a guaranteed monthly salary, plus 5 social insurances and 1 fund." He became a little proud, "I'm the only one among the 4 of us who doesn't have to pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund myself." Wenqi laughed, "I won't mention it. One's studying abroad, can't pay, and the other's a freelancer, paying the top-tier insurance for himself. Shui, when your company raises your insurance to the next tier, then you can waste it like this." Su Qianjun in the screen didn't respond, his expression turning a bit awkward. He said, "Xiaoqi, I feel like I've just seen Pei Yanchu." Wenqi was stunned for a moment. Then turned around. The tall man had somehow appeared behind the single-seat sofa, bending down slightly, his long arm propped against the armrest of the sofa, almost holding Wenqi from behind. Pei Yanke's dark eyes lowered as he stared at the screen, saying, "I heard Xiaoqi calling the person on the other end Shui, so it's you, huh? I saw you in the hospital. Didn't you say your name was Su Qianjun?" When he wasn't smiling, his voice was slow and carried an inherent arrogance, a noble aura. The handsome young man on the screen seemed to be startled and explained timidly, "President Pei, I changed my stage name. Now it's Su Shui." Pei Yanke's deep voice held a hint of amusement, "No need to call me President Pei, I'm now Xiaoqi's servant." Wenqi raised his brows slightly and asked Pei Yanchu, "When did I agree for you to call me Xiaoqi?" Pei Yanchu spoke naturally, "Then I can call you by another title, master." Wenqi was startled. Quickly covering Pei Yanke's mouth with his hand, glaring at him, "No need, just call me Xiaoqi." In his urgency, his palm pressed directly onto Pei Yanke's nose and thin lips. The palm was soft and warm, freshly showered, still carrying a faint scent of grapefruit. Pei Yanke's Adam's apple moved slightly, holding back the urge to lick it, as if the fierce dog outside turned into a wagging tail puppy when facing its owner, nodding obediently. Wenqi slowly removed his hand and then asked, "Did you finish cooking?" Pei Yanchu spoke with a hint of pride, almost asking for praise, "The chicken breast is already fried, the pumpkin soup is simmering, just wait a few more minutes, then you can eat. I came out first to tell you to wash your hands." Wenqi looked at the time, surprised, 1744. Pei Yanchu said, "I told you, I'll make sure you eat before 6, you won't go hungry." Wenqi asked cautiously, "Are all the dishes done?" Pei Yanchu confidently nodded. "The chicken breast is fried, the boiled egg is ready and cooling, and the boiled broccoli is easy, absolutely no problem." On the screen, Su Qianjun's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready for gossip. "Xiaoqi, after you eat, remember to tell the group how it feels to have President Pei personally cook for you." For some reason, Wenqi had a bad feeling and said cautiously, "If I come back alive, I'll say something in the group." Pei Yanchu wasn't happy, "I cooked myself, what could possibly go wrong?" 10 minutes later, Wenqi sat at the dining table, took a deep breath, and held the silver knife, cutting the chicken breast on the plate. Pei Yanchu boasted, "I followed the tutorial and fried it to a golden color, how's it look?" "Not bad, right?" The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, and the last word was barely audible. He and Wenqi both stared at the chicken breast on the plate. The chicken's exterior was indeed slightly golden, looking very appetizing, but inside, it was oozing pale pink blood undercooked. Pei Yanchu awkwardly muttered, a small mistake. Wen Qi said nothing. He picked up the boiled egg beside it, lightly tapped it to crack the shell, but it was difficult to peel, and he found that the egg white hadn't even solidified. Pei Yanchu was completely speechless. After preparing a whole spread, the only edible things were the boiled broccoli and asparagus, which could hardly go wrong, and a surprisingly good sweet pumpkin soup. Pei Yanke's ears reddened, his face barely maintaining composure. After all, it's my first time cooking. It's normal to have some shortcomings. I promise it won't be like this next time. Wen Qi wasn't particularly picky about food. The satisfaction from his taste buds couldn't compare to the strange pleasure he felt from seeing Pei Yanke's embarrassed expression. Wen Qi spoke slowly, imitating Pei Yanke's earlier words, I told you, I guarantee you'll have food before 6. You won't go hungry? Pei Yanchu looked embarrassed. Wen Qi lazily repeated, the chicken breast is fried, the boiled egg is cooling, and the boiled broccoli was a breeze, absolutely no problem. Pei Yanchu, rarely seen in such a helpless situation, stiffened. He wanted to say something to save face, but in his defeated state, he realized nothing would work. Wen Qi couldn't hold back any longer. He turned his head, lightly chuckling. Laugh if you want to. Pei Yanchu said quietly, but could you please give me a little face and not tell your friends? Wen Qi retorted, you want me to give you face? Is this how you ask for favors? This was indeed the first time Pei Yanchu had asked for something, but he knew that to get what he wanted, he had to offer something in return. He asked, what do I need to do for you to agree? Wen Qi thought for a moment, poking the broccoli with his silver fork. He recalled a recent conversation with Su Qianjun, discussing what they would do if Pei Yanchu secretly poisoned them. Pei Yanchu, so proud of himself, eating leftover food would be quite a humiliation, wouldn't it? When Pei Yanchu recovered his memory and thought back on this moment, his expression would surely be priceless. Wen Qi's eyes curved slightly, lowering his head to take a small bite of the broccoli, intentionally leaving most of it on his fork, holding it up in front of Pei Yanchu. His slender finger supported his cheek, and with a smile, he shook the silver fork as if training a dog, saying softly, eat. Chapter 4 Punishment. The air grew quiet for a moment. Pei Yanchu stared at him, his gaze deep and flashing with emotions that Wen Qi couldn't quite decipher. The hand that had been casually resting on the table suddenly clenched into a fist, the back of his hand bulging with prominent veins. Was he angry now? Wen Qi found it interesting. The beautiful eyebrows held an unmasked arrogance and malice. Like a delicate rose with thorns. His voice was cold, mocking, aren't you begging me? You can't even do this much. Before his words finished, the man in front of him lowered his head and bit into the piece of broccoli. Wen Qi's eyes widened slightly, his mind going blank. He didn't react fast enough, and before he knew it, Pei Yanchu had already pulled away, lifting his head. The man in front of him had eyes that seemed to carry a natural affection for the person they were looking at. He stared at Wen Qi, chewing slowly, his Adam's apple clearly visible as it moved up and down with each swallow. It's delicious, Pei Yanchu said in a low voice. Thank you. Wen Qi was stunned, still holding the fork in midair, frozen. Was this person really shameless? Pei Yanchu asked seriously, are you satisfied? Wen Qi's expression became complicated. Are you really hungry? Pei Yanchu paused for a moment, then smiled lightly. Nodding honestly. Yes. Wen Qi's gaze flashed with understanding. When they returned after completing the hospital procedures, it was already around 4 or 5 o'clock. The young master, who never touched a drop of water, had locked himself in the kitchen, banging around for a while. Now, he was waiting for Wen Qi's evaluation without even having eaten a bite. You should eat something else first to fill up, and I'll see if I can fix the chicken breast, Wen Qi said. Pei Yanchu took the fork from his hand, then handed him his own. Mine hasn't been touched yet. Use it. Wen Qi was about to refuse, thinking Pei Yanchu could eat whatever he wanted, but Pei Yanchu stood up and went back to the kitchen, bringing out the failed pan-fried chicken breasts. When he returned, the chicken was cut into small pieces, golden and crispy, sprinkled with parsley and black pepper, looking much more presentable. Wen Qi took a bite and found that it was marinated in honey, giving it a sweet fragrance. The boiled potatoes were soft and delicate, with a light sprinkling of salt, and tasted good. I saw there were some small potatoes in the kitchen, so I boiled them too, Pei Yanchu said, standing by nervously, his voice carrying a slight tension. If it's still not good, well, the boiled potatoes can't go wrong. Just eat these. Wen Qi lowered his tone and replied casually, it's fine. Pei Yanke's lips curved upwards, a proud smile appearing. See? I told you there was no problem. The earlier stuff was just some small mistakes. You're not hungry? Wen Qi interrupted bluntly, shut up and eat. Pei Yanchu raised his hand, zipping his lips, then pulled out a chair to sit across from Wen Qi. He picked up his fork and dug in, visibly starving. The food on his plate disappeared at a noticeable speed. He ate the same as Wen Qi, except his portions were double the size. Probably because the dinner time was extended, Wen Qi ate more than usual, finishing a plate of chicken breast and peeling a fragrant boiled potato. By the end, his eating slowed, and without realizing it, his gaze lingered on Pei Yanchu across from him. He remembered back in high school, Pei Yanchu would invite a group of people to the cafeteria, where they ate separate small dishes full of heavy oil and spice. Today's dinner probably didn't suit Pei Yanke's taste. Wen Qi wasn't picky about food, so he said, give me your payment QR code. If you're still not full, you can just order takeout. Pei Yanchu paused for a moment, put down his knife and fork, unlocked his phone, and pushed it over. Wen Qi instinctively prepared to scan the QR code, but when he saw what it was, his movements faltered slightly. Pei Yanchu didn't open a payment QR code, instead, it was a friend request QR code. Wen Qi, Pei Yanchu called. His tone was casual, as if he had just thought of it suddenly, without much concern. And mentioned it offhand. How about adding each other as friends first? Wen Qi stared at him, not making a move for a moment. What are you looking at me like that for? Pei Yanchu smiled. We weren't familiar before, but now we're getting to know each other again. Can't we add each other as friends? Wen Qi didn't say anything, lowered his lashes, raised his wrist, aimed at the QR code, and scanned it. A beep sounded. Wen Qi clicked to accept the friend request. Pei Yanchu retrieved his phone with a satisfied smile, his voice light as he spoke. Alright, no need to transfer money. Even though my bank cards are frozen, I still have a few hundred left. He added, unless you plan to pay for my meals and accommodation, and treat me so well, are you pretending to hire me as a servant, but actually planning to keep me as your little lover? Just so you know, being a kept lover comes with a different price. Wen Qi, knowing full well that Pei Yanke's sharp tongue could never say anything sincere, still couldn't resist asking, what price? The once prestigious young master of the Pei family, now falling into depravity and offering himself for sale, how much would he ask for? Pei Yanchu narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips curving. If it were you, I'd pay you. Wen Qi's expression remained unreadable as he replied, don't worry, I wouldn't accept even if you paid me. Pei Yanchu asked, do you have a boyfriend? No, Wen Qi instinctively answered, but then realized something was off. Why are you asking if I have a boyfriend? Why assume his sexual orientation was gay? Pei Yanchu chuckled lightly. You eat so little, and still have the energy to serve someone else. The implication was clear. He could only lie back in bed, comfortably being served by others. Wen Qi's chest heaved slightly, his expression calm as he said, come here. Pei Yanchu walked up to him. Wen Qi ordered, squat down. Pei Yanke's expression twisted slightly. He thought squatting down would make him look like a little dog, so he changed to a half-kneel and looked up at Wen-Chi, asking, "What's wrong?" He looked up at Wen-Chi with an innocent and confused expression, as though he hadn't realized how offensive his earlier words had been. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed, and Pei Yanka's head was knocked sideways, a faint red quickly spreading across his cheek. Wen-Chi sneered, "I may not have much strength, but I still have enough to slap you." He looked down from his elevated position, waiting for Pei Yanka's furious reaction. Whether the person in front of him had lost his memory or not, after being slapped, he should at least feel the pain, knowing he was being humiliated. If he hadn't lost his memory and was fully conscious when slapped, it would be even better. He might react angrily, revealing the flaw in his amnesia act. Pei Yanchu slowly turned his gaze back, and from his neck, cheek, to the tip of his ear, a bright red flush spread, and his lips moved. He asked, "Does your hand hurt?" Wen-Chi. Pei Yanchu reached up to touch his own face. When Wen-Chi slapped him earlier, he had no mercy. The slapped side of his face seemed to have a distinct mark, leaving a strong impression. It felt warm and tingling, sending a pleasurable electric jolt up his spine, and a surge of heat spread through his body. Wen-Chi had touched his face. The realization almost made Pei Yanchu feel lightheaded, and his breathing became slightly rushed. "Are you satisfied now?" Pei Yanchu asked, his tone gentle and carefree. "Should I let you slap me a few more times?" "You." Wen-Chi stammered, "How come you?" He had used this punishment to humiliate Pei Yanchu, yet Pei Yanchu didn't seem to have any reaction. Wen-Chi was in disbelief. "Don't you feel pain?" His palm was still burning from the slap. Why did Pei Yanchu seem unaffected? Pei Yanchu sincerely replied, "Shao-Chi, your strength is too small. It didn't hurt. How about you eat 2 more bowls of rice tomorrow and come slap me again?" Wen-Chi's expression grew colder, gritting his teeth, and said, "Shut up, go wash the dishes." "All right." Seeing that the punishment was over, Pei Yanchu reluctantly stood up and carried the plates from the table to the kitchen. There was a dishwasher in the kitchen, but it was the first time Pei Yanchu used it. After a while, he finally figured it out. When he came out again, Wen-Chi was sitting in the living room, his expression back to its usual calmness as he lazily played with Yuanbao. The living room of the apartment was spacious, with shining wooden floors. Wen-Chi tossed a small ball out, and the dog barked excitedly, shooting across the room like an arrow, grabbing the ball and wagging its tail as it returned for a reward. "Good Yuanbao." Wen-Chi praised, offering a small freeze-dried treat. The dog obediently licked his slender fingers. Pei Yanka's footsteps paused, his gaze darkly fixed on the dog. Sensing a threatening look, the dog tilted its head, looking at him with innocent black eyes. "Awoo." Wen-Chi, noticing the noise, turned to see Pei Yanchu had come out and lazily called, "Pei Yanchu, come here." Pei Yanchu immediately walked over, half kneeling in front of the sofa with a faint sense of expectation. Wen-Chi stopped him, his voice hoarse, "Get up." Pei Yanchu stood up again. Wen-Chi spoke in a soft tone, "I sent you a document, take a look." Pei Yanchu took out his phone, opened the document Wen-Chi had sent him, and regretfully found it full of serious content. The requirements were clear and well organized, the frequency of cleaning in the apartment, the areas that needed attention, the frequency of changing bed sheets and pillowcases. The pages about the dog were even more detailed, down to the smallest things. The dog's meals were listed for every day of the week, with specific amounts for breakfast and dinner. Wen-Chi said, "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Pei Yanchu replied, "I'm done reading, nothing's unclear." Wen-Chi doubted, "You finished that quickly?" Pei Yanchu was even more surprised, "Your instructions are pretty clear. You laid everything out every day, isn't it just following the steps?" Wen-Chi nodded, "All right, then tell me, what's Yuanbao eating tomorrow morning?" Pei Yanchu replied, 1 can of main food, steamed broccoli, purple cabbage, and bitter chrysanthemum, all chopped. For fruit, apple slices and berry freeze-dried, with yogurt and fish oil hidden in it. Sprinkle with turmeric powder and green-lipped mussel powder. For snacks, turkey necks for chewing. He said it all in one breath. Then added with confusion, that's it. You even put the measurements in there. It's a foolproof guide, what's there to not understand? Wen-Chi's mood improved a little. After graduating from college, he had lived in this apartment and had hired several male caretakers over the past year. All of them had been fired. It wasn't because they found the dog's diet complicated or couldn't understand it. On the contrary, they advised him that dogs were animals and didn't need such refined care, just some random food was enough. Wen-Chi said, "I'm glad you can understand." Pei Yanchu asked, "If I do well as your servant, will you reward me?" Wen-Chi paused, stunned. "You still want a reward?" "Of course," Pei Yanchu said confidently, "you reward Yuanbao when he brings the ball back, so of course I deserve one too." Wen-Chi glanced at the freeze-dried treat still in his hand, while the dog was wagging its tail and scratching at his pants, spinning around in circles in a hurry. His expression became somewhat strange. Could it be that Pei Yanchu was eyeing the freeze-dried treat in his hand? Competing with the dog for food? Wasn't that too shameless? Chapter 5. Wen-Chi didn't know what Pei Yanchu was thinking. "What kind of reward do you want?" Pei Yanchu shamelessly replied, "I haven't decided yet, consider it on credit for now." "You're still on probation, don't think about rewards," Wen-Chi scoffed, casually feeding the last freeze-dried piece to Yuanbao. "If you don't do well, I don't keep idle people around here. I'll just kick you out." Pei Yanchu looked at the little white dog and felt a bit irritated. Wasn't it just a lazy dog? What difference would one more person make? Wen-Chi didn't want to argue further and took a wet wipe. Slowly and methodically, he wiped the moisture from his long fingers, which had been licked by the little dog, and continued speaking. "The guest bedroom's duvet was changed just last week, you can use it directly. Keep an eye on any supplies you might need, there's a supermarket nearby, you can go buy things tomorrow. Do you know how to use the washing machine and dryer?" His tone was light and casual, with a hint of playfulness. After finishing, he didn't hear Pei Yanchu respond. Wen-Chi lifted his long lashes and cast a puzzled glance, only to find that Pei Yanchu was staring intently at his own hand. Slightly displeased, Wen-Chi asked, "Did you hear me?" Pei Yanchu snapped out of his daze, his gaze drifting. What do you mean, Wen-Chi was speechless. "I asked if you know how to use the washing machine and never mind, just wait for me on the balcony." He couldn't expect much from this young master. Wen-Chi returned to the bedroom bathroom, bringing out a laundry basket filled with clothes he had just changed out of. Pei Yanchu was already standing on the balcony, fiddling with the light fixture. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he asked, "Why isn't the light on here?" "It's broken," Wen-Chi answered briefly. Pei Yanchu asked, "Aren't you going to fix it?" The ceiling light on the balcony had been broken for half a year, but the apartment faced the morning sun. It wasn't necessary to turn on the light during the day, and at night, the living room's light illuminated the balcony, which was dim but still enough. Too lazy to bother, just leave it, Wen-Chi didn't feel like explaining. "Come here, I'll show you how to use the washing machine and dryer. When I take Yuanbao out for a walk, when the clothes are done, you can put them in the dryer." Pei Yanchu replied with a simple and walked over to stand beside Wen-Chi. He stood so close that he almost encroached on Wen-Chi's personal space. Wen-Chi slightly furrowed his brows but said nothing, ignoring the slight discomfort. He pointed to the positions of the laundry detergent, fabric softener, and fragrance beads, then explained the buttons on the machine. The operation of household appliances was simple and straightforward, and Pei Yanchu quickly nodded, saying he understood. "All right, you can stay here. I'll take Yuanbao for a walk," Wen-Chi found the leash for the dog. Yuanbao immediately recognized that it was time to go out and excitedly wagged his tail, running around him in circles. Wen Qi crouched down, a gentle expression crossing his face as he attached the leash to Yuanbao's paw, preparing to take him outside. Pei Yanchu followed him to the hallway, asking, "It's windy tonight. Do you want to take a jacket with you?" Wen Qi couldn't help but think that Pei Yanka's actions resembled a young wife sending her husband and child out. But what kind of wife was this, standing so tall, giving off such an overwhelming presence? "Don't stand so close to me," Wen Qi couldn't help but say. "How tall are you, exactly?" Pei Yanchu took 2 steps back. Like a giant dog unintentionally scaring someone, being scolded by its owner, with a slightly aggrieved expression. "Just 189. Just 189. How did he grow even taller than in high school?" Wen Qi, choosing to ignore it, turned his gaze away. "No need for a jacket, I'm leaving." "Okay," Pei Yanchu replied. Wen Qi went out with Yuanbao. In the evening, the gentle breeze was refreshing, and there were few people in the nearby park. Wen Qi took Yuanbao for a slow stroll, his thoughts drifting. Leaving Pei Yanchu alone in the apartment always made him worried that the dog would cause chaos while he was gone. He returned home earlier than usual and opened the door, only to find the apartment in darkness, with the only light coming from the balcony. Pei Yanchu was standing on a stool, shirtless and wearing dark gray pants, holding a flashlight in his mouth and a screwdriver in his hand, changing the ceiling light on the balcony. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights glittered, casting faint shadows on him. Hearing the door open, Pei Yanchu turned and looked, the flashlight in his mouth flashing like a star. "You're back." His words were muffled with a smile. "Wait 2 minutes." Wen Qi didn't reply, feeling his way in the dark and first unhooking the leash from the dog. Pei Yanchu quickly finished changing the light, nimbly jumping off the stool and walking to the entrance, turning on the main power switch. Several machine startup sounds rang out in succession, and the apartment lights suddenly lit up, bright as daylight. Wen Qi instinctively squinted his eyes. Pei Yanchu went back to the balcony. With a click, the light fixture was secured, and a bright light shone down on the balcony. "All right, it's done," Pei Yanchu said with a proud look, meeting Wen Qi's curious gaze. Wen Qi slowly walked over and asked, "You know how to change a light bulb?" "If I can learn to cook, changing a light bulb isn't hard." Pei Yanchu replied nonchalantly. "Aren't there tons of tutorials online? Where did you get the new light bulb?" "I bought it downstairs. There's a hardware store 500 meters away according to the GPS. The shopkeeper was friendly, even added me on WeChat and said I could get delivery next time. I also stopped by a convenience store on the way back and bought disposable underwear." It felt a bit weird swinging it around. Who wanted to hear about his odd feelings about the situation? Wen Qi pursed his lips and asked again, "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Pei Yanchu replied, "Your white hoodie is too clean. The balcony light hasn't been cleaned in at least half a year, and it was covered in dust. I was afraid I'd dirty your clothes when I took it down." The new ceiling light now had a pristine white cover, and the old round cover, which had been removed, lay on the floor covered in dust, obscuring its original color. Pei Yanchu picked up the old light cover and threw it into the living room trash can, then washed his hands at the balcony's faucet, put the hoodie back on, and carried the stool back to the dining room. Wen Qi hadn't said anything, his gaze following Pei Yanchu. When he came over, Wen Qi finally spoke slowly, "You have dust on your face." "Really?" Pei Yanchu responded. Pei Yanchu reached up and wiped his face, but didn't quite wipe the right spot. Wen Qi said, "It's the wrong side, on your right cheek." Pei Yanchu didn't follow his instructions and instead slightly bent down, grinning shamelessly. "I changed the light bulb, shouldn't I get a reward? How about you wipe my face as a reward?" Wen Qi didn't move. "I didn't ask you to change the light bulb. I've already changed it, I can't just take it down and return it to the store, can I?" Pei Yanchu said, "Besides, the house is all bright now." "It's great." The word house made Wen Qi's fingers subtly curl. Pei Yanchu added, the kitchen faucet should be replaced too, it turns awkwardly. Unfortunately, that hardware store didn't have the same model. I ordered it online, it'll be here in a couple of days. Oh, by the way, the light bulb was 35, and the faucet was 72.8, reimburse me. Reimburse? Wen-Chi was surprised. Didn't you tell me at dinner not to transfer money? You asked me to order food again at dinner, so that's different, Pei Yanchu replied with confidence. The light on the balcony and the faucet in the kitchen are things we use in daily life, so I shouldn't have to pay for them. Wen-Chi said, what daily life? Don't make it sound so strange. Yes, Pei Yanchu laughed. So, are you going to reimburse me? Wen-Chi relented, give me your payment QR code. Pei Yanchu refused. I want a red envelope. Asking for reimbursement for such a small amount. His demands were quite high. Wen-Chi wasn't interested in arguing over these small matters and opened the red envelope page. Pei Yanchu reminded him from the side, 107.80. It was an amount with both digits and cents. Wen-Chi sent him the money. Pei Yanchu happily opened it, then asked, what about my reward? You didn't break your hand, did you? Wipe it yourself. Wen-Chi said coldly, if you can't see, just pee and use it as a mirror. Pei Yanchu let out a small hiss. Wen-Chi frowned. What's wrong? You Pei Yanchu swallowed the adjective he was about to use. You have such a face, but you say such vulgar things. It's kind of. Wen-Chi finished for him, ear-piercing. Pei Yanchu smiled slightly. Feels pretty good. It's nice to hear, keep cursing at me a bit more. You really have a problem, Wen-Chi said. I'm going to my room. If there's something, message me on WeChat. Pei Yanchu responded, okay. Wen-Chi went back to his bedroom, locked the door. And relaxed mentally in the solitude. He changed into his sleepwear and picked up his phone again. There were 99 messages in the group chat, asking if they had fought. Wen-Chi, no fight. Wen-Chi, we're adults, it's not like we're high schoolers throwing punches. Although, several times, he really did want to punch Pei Yanku's annoying face. The group was lively, and Wen-Chi replied to a few messages. He was feeling a bit tired and was about to put down his phone when a message from an unfamiliar profile picture popped up. It was from Pei Yanchu, who had just been added recently, and it was an emoji that didn't seem to have any meaning. Wen-Chi, confused, replied with a question mark. Pei Yanchu, say something, I just want to make sure I didn't add the wrong person. They had scanned each other's QR code face. How could he have added the wrong person? Wen-Chi, if you're bored, just go dump some water from your brain. Pei Yanchu, Didn't add the wrong person. He seemed to be in a good mood and sent, are you going to sleep? Sweet dreams. How could Pei Yanchu say something so peaceful? Wen-Chi politely replied, you just got out of the hospital, you should rest early too. Good night. He waited for a while, and when Pei Yanchu didn't reply, he was about to exit, but then a screenshot popped up on the conversation page. The browser search page, does good night mean I love you? AI response, hello, good night doesn't always mean I love you. Here are some possible explanations. 1. A polite phrase to end a conversation. Wen-Chi. The screenshot was quickly retracted. Pei Yanchu, accidental send, I sent it by mistake. Pei Yanchu, you didn't see it, right? Wen-Chi couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Just because he said good night, Pei Yanchu went to search if it meant I love you. Wen-Chi. Don't tell me you're still wondering if I have a secret crush on you. Seeing that Wen-Chi had seen the screenshot, Pei Yanchu was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he started encouraging him, if I secretly like you, I'd admit it openly. No shame in that. I'm so outstanding tall, handsome, rich, and popular, I can understand it. Wen-Chi took a deep breath. He didn't know whether liking Pei Yenchu was shameful, but he was sure Pei Yenchu had no shame at all. Wen Qi's expression didn't change. He quickly typed on his phone screen. No matter how tall or handsome you are, with all that debt, who would dare to like you? Why not make the most of your age while your face is still acceptable, join a club and work as a male model? Maybe some rich woman will take a liking to you and pay off your debts. For the sake of being high school classmates, he'll reserve a champagne tower for you and cheer you on. How about it? Wen Qi sent the messages in one go and didn't see any response from Pei Yenchu. Did he say something too harsh? Wen Qi felt a bit regretful. Pei Yenchu had woken up from the car accident in the hospital, abandoned by everyone, with no one to take care of him, and burdened with a heap of business-related debts. He was basically at a dead end. Then a new message popped up in the conversation. Pei Yenchu was very pleased. You think I'm tall and handsome, enough to be a male model? You have good taste. His tone changed. What you said makes sense, but since you spent 25,000 to buy me, I guess I should take care of you first, gather some experience. Otherwise, when I meet a rich woman, I won't know how to serve her, and that would be a wasted opportunity. Who bought him? Wen Qi rubbed his temples, reflecting on why he wasted time arguing with Pei Yenchu. Pei Yenchu, wait, but how do you know about the champagne tower at the club? Have you been there before? Wen Qi decided not to reply. Pei Yenchu was really like a dog, endlessly energetic. If he didn't want to deal with him, he absolutely couldn't give him any attention, or else he'd be pestered endlessly. Even Yuan Bao was more sensible. Pei Yenchu was still sending messages relentlessly. You haven't really hired a club male model, have you? Was it just for drinks? How do they look? Are they more handsome than me? I asked a friend. Champagne towers start in the 5-digit range, is that true? I'm not really that concerned, just asking casually, getting a feel for the market. Sunglasses. Where are you? Wen Qi. Little Qi. Wen school god. Are you already asleep? Wen Qi placed his phone on the bedside table, and the phone buzzed and vibrated, almost shaking itself off. He then picked it up again and set it to do not disturb. The world became quiet. He curled the corners of his lips, picked up a book from the pillow beside him, and leisurely flipped through the pages. Outside the bedroom, footsteps sounded, like an anxious dog pacing in circles before reluctantly retreating. The smile in Wen Qi's eyes deepened. The constant back and forth, and today, it seemed like Pei Yenchu had spoken more than he had in an entire month. Exhausted, the sleepiness in his body surged like a tide. Wen Qi closed the book, settled into the pillow, and, for the first time in a long while, quickly fell asleep. He dreamed of scenes from school. The century-old ginkgo tree outside the window had turned golden, shimmering and rustling. The two of them looked disheveled, covered in grass roots and dirt. The director of the school angrily scolded them, forcing them to stand in the office to reflect, and hurriedly left. Inside the office, a few other young intern teachers were whispering to each other. Isn't today the day the Pei family's heir starts school? I heard the principal went to the gate with a group of people to wait, but they still haven't arrived. Which class will he be assigned to? They whispered as the two boys stood side by side in the corner of the wall. One of them had a wolf-tail haircut, his features youthful and a bit rebellious. He rubbed his purple mouth with the back of his hand, looked at Wen Qi, and half-jokingly said, "You're pretty rough." Wen Qi didn't respond. The boy muttered, "You get angry when I compliment you, and you get angry when I ask your name. You're hard to please." He looked at him coldly. "You're the one who grabbed me first. I didn't say my name, and you wouldn't let me go." The boy didn't think he was at fault at all. "Yeah, you just needed to tell me, and that would have been fine, right? No way to explain." He turned back around, irritated, and stood straight again. The boy looked around, bored, and then looked back at him, handing him his phone. On the screen was a QR code for WeChat. "Well, we've met now, right?" Want to add me as a friend? No. Why not? The boy, as if he had never been rejected before, was deeply struck by the rejection. He asked back, "We're not close, why would I add you as a contact? Didn't you just get pinned to the ground by me? What if you get hurt somewhere, and need to ask me for medical expenses? By the way, are you really a guy? Your waist is so slim, I can wrap my hand around it." Memories surged up. He was grabbed by the wrist on a small road, unable to walk. He couldn't take it anymore and punched. The boy wasn't prepared, lost his balance, and they both fell into the grass. The two young men, full of energy, got tangled together on the slanting grass, and the world seemed to spin with the sound of the chaotic wind. Pei Yenchu was a head taller than him and quickly pinned him down, twisting his arm into the soft dirt. He suddenly leaned over. His nose buried in the back of Wenqi's neck, sniffing deeply. His breathing was ragged, and he asked in surprise, "Why do you smell so good? Did you put on perfume?" Now, here he was again, questioning whether he was really a guy. Old grudges and new resentment mixed together. Wenqi stared at the boy in front of him and sneered. In the office, the other teachers stared at them in shock, exclaiming, "Why are they fighting again? Stop fighting. If you keep going, you'll get a discipline deduction. Which class are you from?" In the darkness, Wenqi suddenly opened his eyes, breathing rapidly, his chest rising and falling, feeling suffocated and annoyed, the feelings as strong as they had been back then. He turned on the light, got out of bed, not even bothering to put on slippers, and directly left the bedroom, standing at the door of the guest room. He pressed the doorknob, and it opened smoothly. Not locked. With a click. The guest room light blazed on. Pei Yenchu was startled awake by the sudden light. The man's disheveled black hair, sitting up, his eyebrows and eyes even more profound and mature than in his dreams. His voice was deep and hoarse, his expression puzzled as he asked, "What's wrong?" Wenqi, with a cold face, crossed his arms, "Get down." Then he added, "Kneel." Chapter 6. At 3 in the morning, the night was quiet, and the European-style guest room was brightly lit. The floor was covered with a thick wool rug. Pei Yenchu was kneeling on the carpet, his upper body straight, hands placed behind his back as instructed by Wenqi. His legs were slightly apart, and the deep gray trousers were stretched tight across his strong thighs. So Pei Yenchu thought for a moment, "You had a nightmare about me and you're angry at me?" Wenqi sat sideways on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, giving a light hum in response. He had a cold expression. His long black lashes like butterfly wings falling down. The corners of his eyes were tinged with a faint pink, his nose sharp and straight, lips full and beautiful, pressed into a thin line. His face was strikingly beautiful like spring peach blossoms, yet his expression was distant, his presence like snow extremely contrasting, making one feel disoriented. Wenqi had gotten out of bed, wearing a thin silk pajama. The neck exposed a snow-white, straight collarbone, his waist slender, and his round hips were half-pressed against the bed's edge. His long legs were crossed and dangling, with his toes white enough to be dazzling. Wenqi gritted his teeth, "You woke me up, and you don't get to sleep now." His words were unreasonable, but Pei Yenchu smiled. "Okay, I'll keep you company." Wenqi frowned. "Keep me company." Pei Yenchu quickly corrected himself. "I'll make amends. I'll kneel as long as you need to calm down." He appeared to accept it without resistance. Making Wenqi feel like he was punching a pillow, growing even more annoyed. "Pei Yenchu, when I tell you to kneel, you kneel, don't you have any pride?" Pei Yenchu sighed. "If I don't kneel, you'll definitely be mad." "Now I'm kneeling as you said, why are you still mad?" How hard was he to placate? The words were on Pei Yenkus' lips but he swallowed them back. He tried negotiating. "Shao Qi, can you just tell me what I need to do for you to calm down?" "I don't know." Wenqi was frustrated, "Just stay kneeling for now." Pei Yenchu obediently stopped talking, but his gaze kept drifting downward. Wen-Chi sat on the edge of the bed. Due to his sitting posture, the legs of his pajama pants rode up a little, revealing a delicate, slender ankle, and beneath it, a bare foot. The foot was delicate and thin, like a piece of translucent sheep-fat jade, exquisitely crafted, glowing with soft, warm light under the illumination. His toes were round and white like seashells, with a faint pink hue. He hadn't bothered to put on slippers. Instead, he placed his foot directly on Pei Yanke's knee, resting on the deep gray pants, which made his skin appear even paler, creating a strong visual contrast. The touch was soft and warm, making Pei Yanke's Adam's apple involuntarily move. Before something could change, he forcibly shifted his gaze away. Pei Yanchu remained obediently kneeling, and Wen-Chi's pent-up anger had subsided a little. He applied a bit of pressure, stepping on Pei Yanke's knee, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Pei Yanchu, completely unprepared, was stepped on by him, as if startled by something. His body trembled before quickly returning to its usual composed state. His eyes half-lidded, he softly murmured, "I wasn't thinking of anything." A flush of red spread up his neck, and his breath seemed to grow somewhat hurried. He had just pretended that nothing had happened, but now, kneeling like this, he must still feel humiliated. "Right?" Wen-Chi was somewhat satisfied and then said, "Lift your head, look at me." Pei Yanchu slowly raised his head and gazed at him. Wen-Chi smiled faintly and asked, "With me treating you like this, would you want to leave?" "No," Pei Yanchu replied. "You saw at the hospital, I couldn't even pay for my hospital bills. A few friends messaged me asking about the accident, and when I tried borrowing money from them, they stopped replying. Apart from you taking me in, I have nowhere else to go." He knelt on the carpet, looking up at Wen-Chi with a submissive and respectful posture, his tone full of pleading, "As long as you take me in, you can do anything you want to me." Wen-Chi was pleased and let out a soft laugh through his nose. "Pei Yanchu, would you really have to bow your head one day?" The autumn night was cool, but not cold enough to warrant turning on the air conditioning or heating. Wen-Chi, dressed in a thin nightgown, had already begun to feel the chill. Wen-Chi, who was sensitive to the cold, extended his snow-white toes, pulling open the corner of Pei Yanke's hoodie. His jade-like, cold feet directly stepped onto Pei Yanke's abdominal muscles. The moment they made contact, Wen-Chi could clearly feel the body below tightening like a taut string, the solid line of abdominal muscles obvious. Pei Yanke's narrow waist arched up sharply, his palms clenched into fists behind his back, his face flushed red, his breathing growing heavy. Wen-Chi's voice was lazy, "Straighten your back, kneel properly. When I brought you back, weren't you the one who insisted on kneeling? Now kneel as much as you want." Pei Yanchu closed his eyes briefly, as if enduring some ultimate humiliation, his expression restrained. Inch by inch, his slender waist and abdomen straightened again. "Pei Yanchu," Wen-Chi said with interest, "you'd better really have lost your memory." He leaned slightly forward, extending his finger to pinch Pei Yanke's chin, his gaze mocking. His tone filled with amusement. "I lied to you about something before, we weren't just unfamiliar, our relationship was actually quite bad. Now that you're in my hands, guess what? Will I take revenge on you, one by one?" Pei Yanke's expression remained calm as he asked, "If I recover my memory, would you not take revenge on me?" "Yes," Wen-Chi replied, "but I would take revenge even more ruthlessly." Pei Yanchu smiled lightly and asked, "What do you want me to do now?" Wen-Chi replied, "Just stay kneeling like that. When you've warmed my feet enough, then you can get up." He had a weak constitution and, during autumn and winter, his hands and feet were cold. Even after half the night, he still couldn't warm up. In contrast, Pei Yanchu, after being kicked off the bed for so long, felt like a little furnace, constantly radiating intense heat. Since that was the case, let him serve as a foot warmer first. Pei Yanchu remained silent for a moment before reaching out and holding his foot. Wen-Chi instinctively tried to pull away and asked, "What are you doing?" His delicate, white feet were firmly held in Pei Yanke's large, warm hands, unable to escape in the slightest. "I'm warming your feet," Pei Yanchu replied seriously, without any sign of shame from the humiliation. "Your nightgown is too thin. Aren't you cold? Should I cover you with the blanket so you don't catch a cold?" Wen Qi furrowed his brows. Pei Yanke's hands were indeed warmer than his body, tightly wrapping around his feet, so hot that even the tips of his toes were warm. Wen Qi didn't say anything, leaning back against the headboard, reaching out to pull the blanket over himself, covering his body, but not forgetting to supervise. "Continue." Pei Yanchu let out a soft hum, his palm pressing against Wen Qi's foot, properly and without any extra movements. Diligently fulfilling his duty of warming his feet. In the quiet, Wen Qi gradually relaxed. He had woken up in the middle of the night, come over to vent his frustration, expending all his energy. Now, with everything easing, he finally started feeling a bit tired, and drowsiness crept back in. Wen Qi's thick long lashes fluttered like delicate butterfly wings, gently flickering. But then, unable to fight the intense sleepiness, he closed his eyes completely. In his half-conscious state, Wen Qi seemed to sense someone approaching. His waist was pulled into an embrace, his body lifted, and then he was laid down into the soft, cloud-like bed. A familiar voice, tinged with a light smile, whispered in his ear, "You're much better when you're asleep." Wen Qi wanted to open his eyes and see who was speaking, but sleep, like a surging tide, swept over him, dragging him down into the dark depths. Outside, the night was still, the silver moon shifting. The light gradually brightening as dawn's early light replaced it. Wen Qi groggily woke up, feeling his hands and feet warm. It felt as if he were lying on a grassy lawn in early spring, the warm golden sunlight pouring down, heating every inch of his body, banishing the cold that had settled in his bones, leaving him languid and relaxed. Wen Qi slowly opened his eyes. His blurred vision slowly focused, and Pei Yanke's sleeping, handsome face entered his sight. With a thud, his heart raced wildly, and Wen Qi was fully awake. Pei Yanke's chest was bare and hot, his arms like octopus tentacles tightly wrapped around him, with long, lean arms draped around his narrow waist, filled with possessiveness. His solid legs crossed mercilessly over Wen Qi's legs. The bodies pressed together, sharing almost identical warmth. It was too close. That was the only thought that crossed Wen Qi's mind. His thoughts were muddled, as if frozen in place. Unable to process how this situation had come to be. His whole body stiffened, leaning against Pei Yanke's wide chest, feeling the rhythmic beat of his heart from below. Thump. Thump, thump. The steady, powerful presence was impossible to ignore. Pei Yanchu was sleeping deeply, holding him. His slightly lowered head and hot breath, steady and rhythmic, blew against Wen Qi's ear and neck, sending a wave of tingling sensations. Wen Qi's scalp tingled, glancing around still in the guest bedroom. He took a deep breath, slowly pulling his arm back from holding Pei Yanchu, trying to free himself from this intensely heated embrace. But Pei Yanke's body felt like a burning, heavy rock, impossible to move. It seemed as if his resistance only made him tighten his grip around his waist even more. Wen Qi, sweating slightly on his forehead, still couldn't free himself. It was like a traveler tangled in water plants. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. He gave up on the idea of returning to his room before Pei Yanchu woke and pushed at the man in front of him, speaking harshly. "Pei Yanchu." Pei Yanchu, seemingly still half asleep, nuzzled his face into his neck, his voice hoarse and full of sleepiness. "It's still early, Shao Qi, let's sleep a little longer." His straight nose brushed against sensitive skin, and his scorching breath mixed with his slurred words, a tender caress. Wen Qi's mind went blank, the heat rushing to his face. He couldn't take it anymore and finally lost control. Slap. 5 minutes later, Pei Yanchu, with a bright red handprint on one side of his face, was kneeling respectfully on the bed. Wen Qi asked coldly, "Are you awake?" Pei Yanchu nodded sincerely. Awake. His upper body was exposed to the air, and Wen Qi couldn't help but ask, where are your clothes? Pei Yanchu explained, when you kept putting your hand under my clothes while we were sleeping. I took them off to make it easier for you to touch me. Wenqi clenched his fist. Say that again. Pei Yanchu immediately corrected himself, it was my fault. I was too hot, and I took them off halfway through my sleep. Wenqi's temples throbbed, and he barely managed to calm down. He asked, why did you sleep with me? Pei Yanchu replied, you only said to help you warm your feet, you didn't say we couldn't sleep together. It was so late yesterday. He looked innocent. I thought you wanted to. Last night, while we were sleeping, you even actively crawled into my arms. Wenqi stared at him, wanting to curse, his chest rising and falling a few times before he finally growled, shut up. Don't mention this again. Alright, I won't mention it, Pei Yanchu replied, then tentatively asked, are you calm now? Should I continue kneeling? Wenqi gritted his teeth and said, get up, go cook for Yuanbao. The whole morning, Pei Yanchu was kept busy by Wenqi, running around without a moment's rest. Breakfast had to be made, the floor had to be cleaned, coffee couldn't be too hot or too cold, it had to be poured and rebrewed. Every item in the dryer had to be folded neatly before being put away in the closet. By the time it was time for Wenqi to take Yuanbao out for a walk, Pei Yanchu, alone in the apartment, was assigned the task of cleaning the windows and had no time to relax. When Wenqi returned home with the little dog, the whole apartment looked brand new, shining everywhere. Pei Yanchu was wearing a pink strawberry apron, with the sleeves of his sweatshirt rolled up, showing off his strong, tanned forearms. He held a rag and spoke in a tone that seemed to ask for praise. I've cleaned the windows and wiped the tables and cabinets. Xiao-Qi, see if there's anything else I can do. Wenqi asked, when did we get this apron? The apron in the kitchen was worn by your former male nanny. I didn't want to wear it. And since I needed to buy glass cleaner, I also bought a new one on X Group. Pei Yanchu explained. I used a coupon, it was 52.9 in total, and you don't need to worry about the change. Just send me 52 yuan as a red envelope. Wenqi opened his phone's WeChat interface, tapped to send the red envelope, but paused as he looked up at Pei Yanchu. Pei Yanchu had a pure expression, what's wrong? Wenqi added the change back into the amount, then calmly said, no need to round down. Whatever it is, reimburse the full amount. Pei Yanchu sighed in disappointment, all right. I was thinking, since we slept together last night and our relationship has gotten closer, I could give you a little discount. Whose relationship has gotten closer with you? Wenqi furrowed his brows, not wanting to bring up last night, and awkwardly changed the subject. Let's go out for lunch, and in the afternoon, I'll take you shopping. Don't use my shower gel anymore. It doesn't suit you at all. Pick out a new one yourself. The grapefruit-scented shower gel had a faint, sweet fragrance, but on Pei Yanchu, it always had a strange, mismatched feel, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Really? Pei Yanchu pulled up the collar of his sweatshirt and sniffed himself, surprised. It smells the same as on you, and I think it smells pretty good. Wenqi looked at him without expression. Change it. Pei Yanchu immediately agreed. If you point east, I want there to go west. Wenqi sneered. Is that so? I think you're quite daring. Pei Yanchu's expression was as obedient as the little dog sitting nearby. How could that be? Of course, I listen to you. Wenqi pursed his lips and suddenly asked, does your knee hurt? He hadn't known how long Pei Yanchu had been kneeling last night, and even with a carpet, after such a long time. Pei Yanchu froze for a moment, then let out a muffled laugh and asked. Aren't you supposed to be getting back at me? Why are you still worried about whether I'll be in pain? Who cares about you? Wenqi's ears turned red. I'm worried you'll get hurt and there'll be no one to do the housework. Pei Yanchu kept laughing, barely managing to stop before Wenqi got upset again. He said, it hurts. Next time I make a mistake, punish me by warming your bed for you. Chapter 7. When Qi was silent for a moment, feeling that Pei Yenchu had really lost his mind. The eldest son of the Pei family, rushing to warm someone's bed, like a little maid from the old times. When Qi suppressed the strange thoughts, turned his gaze away, and said, "Let's go, we're leaving." The two reached the entrance, and when Qi opened his phone, preparing to order a ride. On the gilded tray on the console table by the door, there were car keys. Pei Yenchu glanced at them and asked, "Don't you have car keys? Why not drive?" When Qi didn't look up. Still focusing on his phone as he replied, "The company car. I don't know how to drive." Pei Yenchu snatched his phone and tapped to cancel the ride, smiling, "Then don't take a taxi, it'll drive." When Qi looked at him in confusion, "Didn't you say you had amnesia?" "Having amnesia doesn't affect it. Driving is a basic life skill. I have an electronic driver's license on my phone, so of course, I can drive." Pei Yenchu returned the phone to him, his tone firm. "It's like how learning to swim gives you muscle memory when you get in the water, it just triggers automatically." When Qi sized him up with a meaningful look. Pei Yenchu felt awkward under his gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," when Qi replied, "it just reminded me of when I took swimming lessons in high school. After class, when I went to change, I found that my school uniform in the locker had been swapped for a girl's school skirt." Pei Yenchu was stunned. "That really happened? What did you do?" "I told the teacher. And the teacher helped me buy a new uniform from the school store." Pei Yenchu sighed in relief, but his sharp brows furrowed again as he asked, "So, do you know who did it?" When Qi said calmly, "You." Pei Yenchu was stunned and thought he had misheard. After realizing it, he almost jumped up. "It wasn't me. I mean, I don't think it was me." When Qi countered, "Aren't you the one who has amnesia? How can you even think it wasn't you? Even though I have amnesia and can't remember the past, my personality hasn't changed." Pei Yenchu tried to explain, "Swapping clothes is too sleazy. How could I do something like that?" When Qi took the car keys from the tray, tossed them lightly in the air, and gave Pei Yenchu a teasing look. His tone was slow and deliberate, "Sorry, but in my eyes, you're just the kind of person who would do something sleazy." He raised his hand, and the car keys flew through the air. Pei Yenchu caught them swiftly, anxiously saying, "Wait, explain clearly. How am I sleazy? After I woke up, I specially searched for news about myself. No rumors or scandalous reports, I'm still a pure virgin." When Qi looked at him with an odd expression. "You woke up and searched for your own scandals?" "Yeah, what if I had a wife? If she came to the hospital looking for me, and I wouldn't recognize her because of my amnesia, she'd be so heartbroken. I had to prepare for that." Pei Yenchu sighed again. "After the car accident news, a lot of friends sent me messages. I asked them if I had a beautiful wife. They asked me if I had knocked my brain out." He somewhat smugly bragged, "I heard from old friends that I've always kept myself clean, and my virginity is still intact." When Qi opened the door and walked out, saying, "Whether you're a virgin or not has nothing to do with being sleazy." Pei Yenchu followed him into the elevator, refusing to let it go until he got an answer. "Then tell me how I'm sleazy. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between us." As the elevator doors closed and the two descended, when Qi casually replied, "Like throwing away the love letters and chocolates from my drawer, causing me to be hung up on forums by girls, being scolded wherever I went. Or when you knew how much the physics teacher emphasized class discipline and punished the harshest, yet you purposely kicked my chair in class to talk to me, flirted with other students, and caused trouble. What else, let me think." He paused for a moment, then added, "Oh, when we were in the same exam room, you hid my pencil case, then generously offered to lend me a pen. After the results came out, you hid my perfect score exam paper. There's a lot more. It's not exactly sleazy, just childish." Pei Yenchu broke into a cold sweat. Wait, how do you know it was me who hid it? As for the pencil case, there were cameras in the exam room. After the exam, I talked to the teacher. And the teacher promised to check the footage, then it just disappeared. Even when I asked, the teacher told me not to worry and to focus on my studies. Wen-Chi turned his head to look at him with a faint smile. So, what kind of background do you think I had that made the teacher afraid to show me the footage? Pei Yen-Chu felt uneasy. Well, maybe it was some other student with a background. Wen-Chi asked, so you want to make sure it wasn't you? I know that I have amnesia now, and my words don't hold much credibility, Pei Yen-Chu said seriously. But even if the old me did some of the things you mentioned, that was the past me's mistake, and has nothing to do with the current me with amnesia. I promise, the current me will definitely not do such childish things anymore. He spoke with righteous determination, wanting to draw a clear line between himself and his past self. Wen-Chi sneered lightly. You've already done it. What's the use of swearing to change now? It's too late. Ding. The elevator reached the underground parking lot, and the doors slid open. Wen-Chi put on his mask and stepped out first. Pei Yen-Chu hurried after him, a bit anxious. Why aren't you answering me? Wen-Chi replied, don't block my view, I'm looking for the car. Pei Yen-Chu had no choice but to move aside, feeling a bit aggrieved. Wen-Chi walked around and, following his memory, found his dusty car in a corner. It was a silver, practical sedan standard, not flashy. He pressed the car key, and the vehicle's lights flashed, with 2 beeps sounding. Wen-Chi opened the passenger door and said, this car hasn't been moved in over half a year. Let's get it washed first. Pei Yen-Chu responded, got into the driver's seat, and started the engine to warm it up. As he glanced at the fuel gauge, adjusting the seat, he half-jokingly said, so now you're okay with me driving? You trust my driving skills this much? Wen-Chi raised an eyebrow and replied. You drove a sports car into the campus in high school. I heard it was your 18th birthday gift. Half the building came out to see that custom-made sports car. Did you go out to look? Pei Yen-Chu asked. No. Wen-Chi replied coldly, what does it have to do with me? Pei Yen-Chu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. That sports car I drove must have looked amazing. How could you not even take a look? Wen-Chi rubbed his temples. Why do you keep asking? Can you even drive or not? Of course I can drive, Pei Yen-Chu said. I just needed to get familiar with the car first. I couldn't find the button for the ventilation. Wen-Chi fell silent for a moment before reaching over and pressing the exterior circulation ventilation button on the central control panel. Pei Yen-Chu exclaimed, ah, it's here. Wen-Chi had felt indifferent a moment ago, but now he was really starting to worry about his personal safety. He asked. Do you still remember which one is the accelerator and which one is the brake? Pei Yen-Chu confidently replied, of course I remember, don't worry. Wen-Chi stared at him with a difficult expression, clearly not trusting him. He turned his gaze forward, let out a light sigh, and muttered, well, whatever. I bought life accident insurance. If there were no accidents, Pei Yen-Chu would be the biggest accident in Wen-Chi's life. I'm not ready to die with you just yet. Pei Yen-Chu leaned his arm on the steering wheel and chuckled softly, saying, so don't worry, your life accident insurance won't be needed now, and it won't be needed in the future. The car started, driving smoothly out of the underground parking lot and onto the main road. The speed was surprisingly steady. The phone showing the route was mounted on the dashboard, with a gentle AI voice guiding them to their destination. Pei Yen-Chu's gaze was focused on the road ahead, his face composed. The light smile gone. His sharp jawline and high nose gave him a calm and serious demeanor, making him appear particularly mature. People often say that one's driving skills reveal their personality. Wen-Chi withdrew his gaze, not thinking too much about it. Little Chi, you said this car is provided by the company. Pei Yen-Chu initiated the conversation. Why didn't they provide you with a driver? Wen-Chi had almost gotten used to Pei Yen-Chu calling him Little Chi. His expression didn't change as he replied, I'm in a profit-sharing agreement with the company. I haven't had work for a while now, and the company thinks I'm dead, so how could they assign a driver to me? Pei Yankees' expression stiffened. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, glancing at him between driving. His voice turned deep, "Don't say such things about dying." Wen-Chi didn't mind at all and looked at him with a bit of surprise. Pei Yan-chu, however, looked serious, his face hard with a frosty expression, seeming like he was genuinely upset. "Are you afraid that if I'm gone, you won't be able to find anywhere to go?" Wen-Chi chuckled, his tone light, "Don't worry, this house is mine. I can rent it to you for 1 or 2 years at the lowest price." Pei Yan-chu pressed his lips into a thin line and turned the steering wheel. The phone navigation started to speak, "You have deviated from the route, recalculating." Wen-Chi asked, "Where to?" The silver car turned off the expressway, signaling before stopping at a parking spot by the roadside. Pei Yan-chu turned off the misguiding navigation and turned to him, calling, "Wen-Chi." His tone was serious, and it made Wen-Chi feel a strange sense of discomfort. Pei Yan-chu continued, "To me, you were part of my past. You can prove that I exist, that I didn't just suddenly appear in this world. At least, before I regain my memory, I need you." Wen-Chi raised an eyebrow, teasing, "So, after you regain your memory, my existence won't matter, right?" Pei Yan-chu replied, "Didn't you just mention our past? Maybe there was some misunderstanding. Once I regain my memory, I can explain some things." Wen-Chi didn't expect Pei Yan-chu to care about this, and he was momentarily speechless. He shifted his gaze and said, "Let's go. We're almost at the car wash appointment." Pei Yan-chu didn't say anything else and turned the navigation back on. The atmosphere inside the car grew tense and quiet, with no one speaking. Wen-Chi faintly sensed that Pei Yan-chu was upset, and he felt a little unsure. How come he wasn't upset no matter how much he was insulted or punished, but as soon as he said a few words, he got angry? Was it because his parents were gone, and his friends had disappeared due to family restrictions, so he was particularly sensitive to his presence? Maybe it was the lost bird syndrome, seeing the first person they encounter as a support. Wen-Chi's mind was a mix of emotions. When they arrived at the car wash, the staff took the car keys, and the two of them headed to a nearby French restaurant for a meal. It was a small, well-known place. Since it was a last-minute reservation, there were no private rooms available, but fortunately, the public area was empty. As soft, melodious piano music played in the background, the waiter guided them to a table by the window and handed them the menu. Wen-Chi casually flipped through the pages, uninterested, and closed it, saying, "You order." "It's on me." Pei Yan-chu responded, "Of course, I worked so hard last night, so it's only right that you pay." The waiter in a tuxedo, who was about to hand Pei Yan-chu another menu, slightly trembled his wrist, but kept his professional demeanor, calmly placing the menu on the table. Wen-Chi. If it weren't for the waiter still being there, Wen-Chi really wanted to slap the menu onto Pei Yanke's chest and make him explain himself clearly. What did he do last night that made it so hard? Pei Yan-chu didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with what he said, casually flipping through the menu, pointing to one dish after another, while the waiter nodded and recorded the items. Wen-Chi noticed there were quite a few items being ordered and reminded, "Just order for yourself. I only need one pasta." Pei Yan-chu replied, "What I'm ordering is for me." Wen-Chi's lips twitched. He could really eat a lot. Was he trying to control his appetite at home yesterday, afraid of being kicked out? Pei Yan-chu quickly finished ordering and asked Wen-Chi what flavor pasta he wanted, then handed the menu back to the waiter. After the waiter left, Wen-Chi casually asked, "You're pretty skilled at ordering, huh?" Pei Yan-chu replied, "As soon as I see the menu, I have an instinct telling me which dishes are good. If you don't believe me, you'll find out later." Before long, the waiter came with a small cart, starting to serve the dishes. He placed sliced buttered bread as an appetizer, followed by a sizzling stone-grilled ribeye steak. The ribeye was sizzling on the marble plate, with the oil crackling and a savory aroma filling the air, garnished with green rosemary leaves. The masked chef was grilling it right there, holding a knife and fork, cutting the steak into evenly sized pieces. Pei Yanchu took the most tender piece and placed it onto Wenqi's plate. "Try it." The pasta Wenqi ordered hadn't arrived yet, so he used this as a starter and tried a bite with his silver fork. The outside was crispy while the inside was tender, the meat fresh and flavorful without being greasy. Even though Wenqi wasn't particularly interested in food, he nodded approvingly, "It's good." The waiter continued to bring other dishes, such as foie gras shaped like pearls with a white creamy surface, crab legs served on a golden egg custard, and a caviar cake with clearly visible fish roe on top. With each new dish that arrived, Wenqi's plate of pasta gradually filled with various side dishes. Wenqi asked in confusion, "Are these on the menu?" He had eaten at this restaurant a few times before and didn't remember seeing these dishes. Pei Yanchu replied, "Yes, they're all on the menu." Then he asked, "Do you like the creamy lemon shrimp? I saw you ate 2 of them, want me to order another plate?" Wenqi looked down and was slightly startled when he saw the 2 shrimp tails in his plate. With all the various small servings, it looked like a lot of food, especially when combined with the empty plate of tomato bacon pasta. Had he eaten so much today? "No need," Wenqi said, a bit uncomfortable, "I've had enough." Pei Yanchu didn't try to convince him, just smiled and said, "All right," and continued eating. Wenqi relaxed and began scrolling through his phone. Su Qianjun had messaged him saying he was free recently and asked when they could meet. "Wenqi, tonight works." Su Qianjun. "Should I come to your place, or should we meet outside?" Wenqi, "I'm out with Pei Dog for dinner. I'm going to buy some daily necessities in the afternoon. If you're free tonight, you can come to my apartment." Su Qianjun, "Sounds like you two are getting along peacefully." Su Qianjun, "But then again, little Qi, you have a good temper, and Pei Yanchu has amnesia, so it's probably hard for you two to argue." Hard to argue? They really didn't argue much. Wenqi didn't control his temper and ended up acting like a high schooler, resorting to physical force. Wenqi fell silent, replying vaguely, "I'm not that good-tempered." Su Qianjun, "You're not good-tempered. I've never seen you argue with anyone except for Pei Yanchu." Su Qianjun, "By the way, I heard someone saw Pei Yanchu being taken to the hospital, and now there are rumors that he's self-destructive and being kept by someone. Do you want to clear that up?" Wenqi. "This isn't Mr. Pei, is it?" A voice suddenly sounded. Wenqi looked up and saw the man standing at the table. The man was about 30 or 40 years old, dressed in a sharp suit, with a look of surprise behind his silver-rimmed glasses, though his tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. "I saw the news about the car accident. Mr. Pei, you've been discharged from the hospital. That's great. Money is just an external thing, nothing is more important than your health." Pei Yanchu also turned his gaze toward him and asked, "Who are you?" "We met at a banquet earlier this year." It was understandable that Mr. Pei didn't recognize me back then, but now's the perfect time to reintroduce myself. "I currently run a company called The Man," who introduced himself as Mr. Wu, didn't seem to know about Pei Yanku's memory loss and rambled on about his company's main business. Pei Yanchu quietly listened and then sincerely said, "Sorry, I've never heard of it." Mr. Wu's words suddenly halted. And the smile on his face faltered a little. Wenqi slightly lifted the corner of his lips in a subtle smile. "No worries, Mr. Wu forced a smile. "I heard that Mr. Pei has some free time recently. Are you interested in coming to work at my company? The salary is negotiable." Pei Yanchu chuckled lightly and looked at Wenqi. "Thank you for the offer, but it's not necessary. I already have an employer." When Mr. Wu entered and saw Pei Yanchu, he immediately walked over without stopping, finally looking at Wenqi. The moment he saw Wenqi's face, a flash of surprise passed across his face. But upon realizing that Wenqi's face was unfamiliar, he dismissed him as someone without a significant background and began to scrutinize him. Who is this? Wen-Chi wasn't interested in talking to strangers. He ignored Mr. Wu and directly looked at Pei Yenchu, casually asking, "Have you finished eating?" Pei Yenchu nodded. "I'm done. Then let's settle the bill and go." Wen-Chi waved at the waiter, then lifted his long black lashes and looked at the man who was still standing and not leaving. Politely, he asked, "Is there something else you need?" His eyes were bright, like clear glass, his lips pale red, and when he spoke, his voice was cool and soothing, like a mountain stream, crisp and clear, resonating in the heart. It made one imagine how that cold voice would soften and become tender when in a more intimate situation. Mr. Wu's gaze became increasingly lascivious, his eyes running over Wen-Chi's face as he asked, "I'll pay for this meal. How about we become friends?" Pei Yanke's expression darkened. The waiter came over and, bowing slightly, placed the small leather board with the bill on the table. "The total is 26,498. Before the waiter could finish, Mr. Wu, who was about to take out his card from his wallet, suddenly froze, and with a shocked tone, interrupted, 26,498. The most I've ever spent here when I brought someone was only 3 or 4,000. How did they manage to rack up over 20,000? The waiter smiled. "The caviar cake you ordered is priced at 6,888. The top layer is made with the freshest sturgeon caviar, airlifted this morning, and the cake base uses the finest king crab legs from the northern waters of Norway. Each king crab leg costs 3,200. Wen-Chi. The caviar cake served earlier was a small square, about the size of a palm. Pei Yenchu pushed it in front of him. He hadn't tried it before, so out of curiosity, he took a silver spoon and tasted it. Before he knew it, he had finished it all. The crab meat base was delicate and sweet, paired with the fresh salty sturgeon caviar, the flavors were rich and layered, and it really tasted good. But he hadn't expected that this single dish alone cost 6,888. Pei Yenchu was the one ordering. So he couldn't possibly be unaware of the prices. Was he taking advantage of the situation and planning to overcharge Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu couldn't believe it, grabbing the bill and examining the details. The waiter then explained the prices of the other dishes, each more expensive than the last, with ingredients even more luxurious and methods even more exquisite. Mr. Wu doubted, "Are these dishes really on the menu? I've never seen them before. This type of dish uses rare ingredients and is in limited supply, not available for public sale. Ordinary customers who don't meet a certain spending threshold won't know about these dishes. Mr. Pei is a VIP guest at our restaurant, so Mr. Pei and his friends have access to our hidden menu." The waiter then looked at Pei Yenchu again, with a polite and respectful smile on his face. "The payment has already been deducted from your account. Thank you for dining with us." Mr. Wu didn't say anything more and turned to leave. His back hurried and showing a hint of embarrassment. Pei Yenchu, intrigued, asked the waiter, "When did I top up my account? How much is left?" The waiter replied, "You are friends with our restaurant's owner. When the restaurant opened, you topped up 880,000, and the owner generously added an additional 200,000 to your account. You currently have about 460,000 remaining." Pei Yenchu nodded and asked, "Can the money be refunded?" The waiter, whose smile had been professionally trained, clearly faltered. Perhaps he had never encountered such a request before, and his lips trembled slightly. "That would probably require approval from our boss." "Forget it. My financial accounts are frozen, and they're still under surveillance. Refunding it would probably bring more trouble, so I'll just leave it," Pei Yenchu sighed, shaking his head. "No choice, I'll just spend it here." He looked at Wen-Chi and, with a helpless tone, invited, "How about we come here more often to eat together?" Wen-Chi. The waiter, seeming to fear Pei Yenchu might bring up the refund again, quickly disappeared, leaving the space for just the two of them. Pei Yenchu stroked his chin and continued, "Do you think I've topped up money in other places too, and haven't used it all? Wen Qi hadn't expected the random restaurant he picked would be one where Pei Yanchu had topped up. His expression became complex, looking at him with an indescribable glance, and he slowly said, "Hard to say. After all, you have a lot of friends." Pei Yanchu raised an eyebrow. "Really? A few of your closest friends are in hotel management, some are in restaurant franchises, some run clubs, and they invest in various industries. It makes sense that you'd support them," Wen Qi replied. His expression growing more curious. He suddenly realized that the mall they were heading to later was also part of a business owned by one of Pei Yanka's friends. He heard that the staff of luxury brands in that mall would bring the latest seasonal outfits to Pei Yanka's residence, allowing him to choose. It seemed that wherever Pei Yanchu went, he was easily recognized. He might even be greeted by the manager upon entering. As Wen Qi was thinking about this, Pei Yanchu suddenly asked, "You seem to know so much about my good friends. Does that mean you're secretly keeping an eye on me?" Wen Qi's long lashes fluttered slightly. He slowly raised his gaze and met Pei Yanka's deep, meaningful eyes. "Don't get full of yourself," Wen Qi replied. "Su Qianjun Shui is your childhood friend's brother. Sometimes, he talks about your matters." "All right," Pei Yanchu said with a hint of regret. "I thought." Wen Qi thought he was about to bring up the word crush again. And he couldn't take it anymore, interrupting sharply, "I don't like you. I have no feelings for you." Pei Yanka's expression stiffened for a moment before quickly returning to normal, smiling nonchalantly. "I know. You've said it many times since we met." He lowered his eyes to look at Wen Qi, his voice involuntarily softening as he continued the sentence he hadn't finished. "I just thought now that I've grown up, achieved worldly success, taken control of a company, made progress in my career, and reached the top, my friends are no longer just reckless young men. They say birds of a feather flock together, people are divided by their groups. Maybe it could prove him not as bad as I thought, and you might change your opinion of the old, immature me. You might even listen to things about me now." Wen Qi curled his fingers slightly, momentarily silent. "But those are things of the past. Now, I'm no different from bankrupt. That Mr. Wu was so polite, but didn't treat me as anything special." "Did he?" Pei Yanchu lightly changed the topic. "Weren't you going to take me shopping for clothes? Let's not go to some expensive mall. It would be embarrassing if someone recognizes me. I don't remember who's who anymore. Right now, you're my only employer, and I don't need expensive clothes to show off at work. Ordinary ones will do." Wen Qi responded, "Who says you don't need to show off anymore?" Pei Yanchu was momentarily stunned. "You're mine now, and you represent my face." Wen Qi's tone was calm. "There are plenty of malls, let's just go to one where no one knows you." "Are you going to buy me expensive ones?" Pei Yanchu laughed. "Just to be clear, I can't afford them. Will you reimburse me?" Wen Qi gave a light hum. "I'll reimburse you." Pei Yanchu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people are willing to be kept. Who can resist the pleasure of being corrupted by money? Wen Qi shot him a light glance. Pei Yanchu quickly corrected himself, "Luckily. We have a pure employer-employee relationship, with no physical transactions." Wen Qi then recalled what Su Qianjun had just messaged about and thought for a moment. "By the way, I've heard rumors that people are saying you're being kept by me." Pei Yanchu asked nervously, "Do we need to clarify that?" Wen Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze inching over Pei Yanka's figure, his slender fingers tapping the table. He no longer felt the initial discomfort when hearing the word kept. In fact, because of certain things, other thoughts began to arise. Under Wen Qi's probing gaze, Pei Yanchu instinctively straightened his back. His features were striking, with a hint of innocent vulnerability. The white sweatshirt accentuated his broad shoulders, and compared to the mature man in the financial report wearing a suit, he exuded a more youthful, college student-like charm, with a clean and refreshing presence. His mouth, as in Wenqi's memories, still didn't speak any sweet words. But his face and figure were impeccable, flawless. The idea of keeping Pei Yanchu, the once untouchable heir of the Pei family now fallen into disarray, didn't seem like a bad deal. No need to explain, Wenqi's voice was lazy, carrying a hint of amusement. Let them talk. Chapter 8. Just as they were about to leave, they received a message from the car dealership, indicating that the scheduled car wash and maintenance service had been completed. The two of them went back to pick up the car, and Wenqi redirected to a different shopping mall. Pei Yanchu drove, and they quickly reached their new destination. Pei Yanchu needed to buy some personal undergarments. When Wenqi was paying at the cashier, he inadvertently scanned the size, and his mind jolted. What did this dog of a man grow up eating? Wenqi expressionlessly shifted his gaze, pretending not to notice. When shopping for daily clothes. Pei Yanku's picky attitude as the young master emerged. He touched the fabric, examined the designs, and only picked what suited his own style. He rejected the salesperson's recommendations and picked his own combinations. Each time he came out of the fitting room, it was like a peacock displaying its feathers, asking Wenqi if the outfit looked good. Wenqi sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed, flipping through a magazine. He lazily glanced up occasionally, offering cold, indifferent feedback, "It's fine, it's okay." This time, his voice carried a hint of confusion, "Isn't this outfit the same as the last one?" Pei Yanchu replied confidently, "Of course, it's different. The cuffs have different patterns. The previous one was clearly casual, but this one makes me look low-key and elegant." Wenqi was taken aback. Unable to see any difference in the styles or the so-called low-key elegance. He didn't believe anyone would be so bored as to study the patterns on someone else's cuffs when they raised their arms. Pei Yanchu hummed lightly and then commented, "Your cuffs have stars on them, so you should choose this one with the rose pattern, it matches you better." Wenqi didn't quite understand the logic of matching stars with roses. Looking down, he noticed that his light blue denim jacket actually had two faint gold stars on the cuffs. He looked back up, his expression subtly complicated. There really are such boring people. Pei Yanchu headed to the fitting room to try on the next outfit. The saleswoman stood beside the sofa, her smile barely hidden as she said, "Your boyfriend is so handsome, everything looks good on him." Wenqi replied, "He's not my boyfriend." The saleswoman gave a knowing look. "Is it that your parents' thoughts are a bit old-fashioned?" "I understand. It's really not that," Wenqi replied. "We are just living together for now." The saleswoman's smile became even more suggestive. "Ah, I see, I understand." Wenqi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at like that. There was no need to explain to strangers about an employer buying clothes for their servant, right? But if he didn't explain, it would seem strange too. Just as the fitting room door opened, Pei Yanchu poked his head out halfway, looking troubled. He said, "Xiaoqi, could you come in and take a look at the clothes?" Wenqi immediately set down the magazine and quickly walked over. "Coming." The fitting room door closed again, and the spacious area became cramped with both of them inside. Wenqi suddenly realized something. The saleswoman outside still mistakenly thought they were a couple, and now, with both of them crammed into a fitting room, Pei Yanchu, however, had already turned his back with ease. Interrupting his thoughts. Wenqi's eyes slightly narrowed. Pei Yanchu was wearing a well-structured black shirt. From the front, it looked neat and impeccable, but the back was completely open, with several long shimmering chains draping down, some of them tangled together. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were on full display, nearly all exposed to Wenqi's gaze. A layer of bright light fell from above, making his sun-kissed, muscular skin shine with a honey-like, tempting glow. The silver chains connected at the middle didn't conceal anything, and the wide back was as alluring as it could be. Pei Yanchu, seemingly oblivious, said, "A few chains got tangled in the middle. I twisted myself into a knot but couldn't sort it out, so I'll need you to help me." Wenqi pressed his lips together, silent, and extended his hand. His slender, pale fingers gently hooked onto the tangled silver chains. The fingertips brushed against his bronzed back. A noticeable contrast in color. Wenqi couldn't help but ask, "Do you like this kind of style? The front's formal, but the back is quite revealing." Pei Yanchu answered matter-of-factly, "This style is pretty good, don't you think? My back muscles are well developed. When I stand by the window to clean it, you can admire my perfect latissimus dorsi. People outside will only see the shirt in the front." Wenqi was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "We live on the 22nd floor, and the windows are one way. Even if you clean the windows naked, no one outside would see you." Pei Yanchu was startled. "You want me to clean the windows naked?" As he spoke, he subconsciously turned around. Wenqi was still adjusting the chains. As his cool, jade-like fingers brushed against the burning hot skin of Pei Yanka's back, the difference in temperature was as if a drop of water had fallen into hot oil, splattering in response. Wenqi's fingers recoiled, almost as if burned. And he reflexively scolded, "Don't move." Pei Yanchu turned back around, lowering his voice in response, his tone not as carefree and smiling as before. His back was stiff, showing more defined lines than before. Wenqi lifted his gaze, landing on the tips of Pei Yanka's ears. The black short hair couldn't hide the faint flush creeping up the back of his ears, which looked as bright as translucent red jade. Wenqi turned his head and looked at the fitting room mirror. The space was narrow, so the distance between them was short, and their height difference was obvious. The tall man inside had his eyelids lowered, his expression unreadable. His side profile was sharp, his lips pressed tight, as if he was restraining himself from something. Was he embarrassed? Or did he feel humiliated from Wenqi's scolding? Because of Pei Yanka's reaction, Wenqi's previous strange feeling of resistance suddenly vanished, replaced by a slight sense of pleasure. He withdrew his gaze and continued to untangle the silver chains for Pei Yanchu, then stepped back a bit, saying, "All done." Pei Yanka's broad shoulders and narrow waist were fully exposed, his toned, but not exaggerated, sun-kissed back muscles showing the strength of a mature man. The silver chain that hung in an arc in the middle swayed gently, reflecting faint cold light, drawing attention. Wenqi objectively assessed it in his mind, thinking it was similar to the male bloggers who often post borderline dance videos on social media that his art school friends share. Pei Yanchu glanced at himself in the side mirror, then quickly looked at Wenqi and asked, "How is it?" "It's fine," Wenqi said. "If you like it, buy it." "Why do you keep saying it's fine?" Pei Yanchu furrowed his brow, his tone showing dissatisfaction. "Don't you think any of these clothes make me look handsome?" Wenqi raised an eyebrow, scanning Pei Yanchu up and down. His gaze thoughtful. After a moment, a slight smile appeared on his face as he nodded. "There are a few." "Really?" Pei Yanka's dissatisfaction immediately faded, and his eyes brightened. It was as if an invisible tail was wagging excitedly behind him. "Which ones?" "They're not here, we need to go to another store," Wenqi said. "Do you have any other clothes you want to try on?" Pei Yanchu immediately changed his mind. "No. Let's go now." The two left the fitting room, and Wenqi calmly paid amidst the saleswoman's ambiguous gaze. Dozens of shopping bags were handed over to the staff for delivery, and the two of them exited the store. Pei Yanchu eagerly followed behind Wenqi, curious about what clothes Wenqi would pick for him. Wenqi stopped in front of a well-known bespoke suit store. Pei Yanchu, feeling as if he were drunk, warm and dizzy, his voice floating, asked, Are you buying me a suit?" Wenqi lightly nodded and entered the store first. Pei Yanchu, feeling increasingly disoriented, followed behind, as if walking on soft clouds, the situation feeling unreal. He hadn't expected Wenqi to be the type to quietly enjoy the formal, restrained uniform look. If he had known, he would have gone back and retrieved a couple of bespoke suits from his sealed-up properties. Italian handmade suits, expertly tailored, would make him look like a CEO from a drama, with an aura of 2.8 meters. Even his mother would have praised it, saying that wearing it would definitely make all the young girls swoon. Surely, when Wen-Chi saw him in it, he wouldn't be able to resist either. While Pei Yan-chu was lost in his thoughts, the shop owner greeted them with a big smile. "Are you two looking to order custom suits?" "Order one for him," Wen-Chi said, slightly tilting his chin. "How long will the process take?" "The fabric choice depends on the customer's preference. If it's a special or imported fabric, the procurement time will add another 25 days. For fabrics we have in store, the processing time is about 15 days, but if it's expedited, we can have it ready in a week." As he spoke, he handed over a thick catalog. It was open to reveal various fabric samples showcasing different patterns. "No need to look," Wen-Chi said softly. "Pure black fabric, pique lapel, double-breasted." Pei Yanka's smile froze at the corners of his lips, and he interrupted, "How about I choose the fabric myself?" A pure black suit was too ordinary, and the basic pique lapel was too common nothing to show off his best assets. Wen-Chi countered, "Wasn't I supposed to choose for you?" Seeing that they might argue, the shop owner quickly intervened. Many customers order pure black suits, as they are simple, elegant, and versatile for many occasions. "We happen to have a ready-made suit in this style. How about trying it on first to see the overall effect? If you're satisfied, you can then go for a custom one." Pei Yan-chu reluctantly nodded in agreement. The shop owner asked for his measurements and went to fetch a ready-made suit as a sample. Wen-Chi sat down on the sofa as usual. Not long after, the fitting room door opened again. Pei Yan-chu, with a slightly tense face, walked out while adjusting his cufflinks. Normally, when ordering a custom suit, he would carefully choose the fabric texture, the jacquard patterns, and even the type of cufflinks. He had never worn such a simple style. This one was too plain, and it couldn't show off his status or aura. With a disgruntled look on his face, Pei Yan-chu stood in front of Wen-Chi. Wen-Chi, sensing something, lifted his gaze slightly. Pei Yanka's features were handsome, and the classic black suit looked serious and formal. The tailoring wasn't perfect, but it still highlighted his 189 cm model-like physique. His long legs had sharp, defined lines, exuding a powerful presence. Even in this minimalist style, there was a different kind of mature charm. Even in the most ordinary design, every gesture still carried an air of arrogance and nobility. Pei Yan-chu grumbled, "I feel like I look like a bodyguard." Wen-Chi chuckled softly, picked up a pair of sunglasses from the nearby rack, stood up, and walked a few steps closer. "Look down." Pei Yan-chu hesitated for a moment, then complied and lowered his head. Wen-Chi approached, his striking features seeming to slow motion in front of Pei Yan-chu, with a sweet grapefruit scent lingering in the air like a gentle breeze. Pei Yanka's mind wavered for a moment, the weight on his nose bridge causing the scene before him to shift into a darker hue. Wen-Chi stepped back, his well-shaped, pale pink lips curling into a smile. The black sunglasses rested on Pei Yanka's face, blocking his mischievous peach blossom eyes, leaving only his straight nose and sharply defined jawline visible. His aura exuding a sharp, edgy vibe, like a suit-wearing thug. Wen-Chi spoke slowly, complimenting him, "Very handsome." Pei Yanka's throat tightened, a tingling current spread up his spine, and his entire body seemed to boil with the force of molten lava. His neck flushed red, his heart beating faster, thumping fiercely as if it were about to leap out of his chest. His mind was filled with one thought, "Damn, being Wen-Chi's bodyguard doesn't sound bad. It would be worth it for this lifetime." Wen-Chi turned to the shop owner and said, "Take his measurements, and let's make it with this pure black fabric." He then added with a smile, "The sunglasses he's wearing right now, I bought them too." Chapter 9. After Pei Yanka's measurements were taken and the buttons, cufflinks, and other accessories were confirmed, Wen-Chi double-checked the order details, proceeded to the front desk to settle the payment, and added a rush fee. Pei Yanchu sat on the sofa, having changed back into his casual hoodie and sweatpants. A few strands of black hair fell over his forehead, softening the sharpness in his features, making him appear harmless and gentle from a distance. On his phone, the chat screen displayed a friend mercilessly teasing him. Do you finally understand what it means for a tiger to be bullied by dogs when it's out of the mountains? That CEO Wu hitting on the campus god one when she right in front of you's got guts. Pei Yanchu gritted his teeth. I haven't even gotten his attention yet. Who does he think he is? His friend continued pushing. You better hurry up. If you still can't win him over after all this effort, I won't even admit I know you. You're out here playing the charming lover while we're left cleaning up your mess back here. Pei Yanchu felt awkward. It wasn't like he didn't want to make progress. Wen-chi, let's go. A cool, jade-like voice called from across the room. Pei Yanchu raised his head, a smile appearing in his eyes as he stood up and walked over. As he approached, Wen-chi casually asked, what were you so focused on just now? Pei Yanchu, keeping a straight face, replied, I was buying a maid outfit. The shop owner said they don't have my size in stock, so they need to order it from another store. Wen-chi stopped in his tracks, feeling a bit dizzy, blinking in disbelief. Why are you buying a maid outfit? Pei Yanchu answered sincerely, I just thought about it. The clothes you bought me earlier were so expensive. It'd be a waste to do chores in them. It's better to buy a proper work uniform instead. The shop owner, who had just been about to escort them out, overheard the conversation and froze, his pupils trembling. A maid outfit? A work uniform? Was this really about proper chores? The shop owner, thinking to himself how wild young people could be, hesitated but finally spoke up timidly, take care. Both of you. If you need to try on more clothes, I'll contact you later. Seeing the shop owner's expression, Wen-chi immediately realized they'd been misunderstood again. He quickly nodded to acknowledge the comment and then grabbed Pei Yanchu's wrist, pulling him out of the store in what could only be described as a hasty retreat. Pei Yanchu, being led away, glanced down at his wrist, his eyes lighting up with delight. Wow, the power of a maid outfit. I haven't even worn it yet, and Wen-chi is already holding my hand. Once they were a bit further from the store, Wen-chi found a quiet spot, released his grip, and asked, slightly out of breath, what maid outfit? Pei Yanchu, completely unfazed, handed over his cracked phone screen. Wen-chi looked down, his expression turning odd as he took in the image a black and white classic maid dress, floor-length, advertised as a replica from a certain male internet influencer's livestream. The model's face was pixelated, but his broad, muscular chest filled out the tight fabric, and the narrow waist was cinched with a small white apron, giving off an oddly domestic vibe. Though fully covered, it somehow felt inappropriate. This influencer has a similar body type to mine, Pei Yanchu explained seriously. I searched for his exact model on purpose. Unfortunately, it's out of stock. Luckily, the shop owner said he'd keep an eye out since I mentioned it was for work. Wen-chi, struggling, asked, you didn't already place an order, did you? Pei Yanchu nodded naturally. Of course. I had to. He even stared at Wen-chi expectantly, as if waiting for praise for his dedication. Wen-chi was silent for a long moment before muttering, as long as you like it. At least it's better than being shirtless. He consoled himself. Reminding himself to respect Pei Yanchu's unique tastes, Wen-chi led him to the supermarket to buy daily necessities. The store happened to be hosting a promotion. And couples were pushing carts together, whispering sweetly and discussing what to buy with obvious affection. Wen-chi and Pei Yanchu walked side by side, sharing an empty cart. The crowd was so dense that their arms occasionally brushed, making Wen-chi feel awkward and fidgety. Why did I even follow him in here? Couldn't he shop on his own? Fortunately, the aisles soon widened, and the crowd dispersed, allowing Wen-chi to subtly step away and create more space between them. Pei Yanchu, noticing the increased gap, glanced over with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. When they reached the towels section, Pei Yanchu started tossing items into the cart while browsing. He paused in front of the bath towels, stuck between a navy blue and a dark gray one. Holding one in each hand, he turned to the dazed Wen-Chi. Which one looks better? Wen-Chi, distracted, randomly pointed at the navy blue towel. Pei Yanchu beamed. What a coincidence. I thought the navy blue looked better too. Do you think this means we're totally in sync? Wen-Chi lazily retorted, is that how you use the phrase? Your language scores back in high school were terrible, 150 points total, and you barely scraped an 89. Now I see why. Pei Yanchu, unfazed, asked seriously, then what would you call this? Fate? Love at first sight? Wen-Chi deadpanned, are you falling in love with the towel? Wen-Chi countered with a question, the corners of his lips carrying a faint smile he didn't seem to notice himself. Just then, a familiar ringtone sounded. He pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, his smile gradually faded. Pei Yanchu noticed the shift and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Wen-Chi replied. You keep picking out your stuff. I'll take this call. Pei Yanchu nodded, and Wen-Chi stepped away, finding a quieter corner. As the call connected, his eyelashes lowered slightly, concealing the emotion stirring in his eyes. He spoke softly, Mom. Shao-Chi, came the gentle voice of Wen-Ruken from the other end. The sound of lively celebrations echoed faintly in the background. Her tone shifted slightly, hesitant. Are you out somewhere? Wen-Chi responded with a quiet hum, his gaze falling on Pei Yanchu in the distance. His voice remained soft. I'm at the supermarket with a friend. Wen-Ruken seemed surprised. Knowing Wen-Chi's reserved nature, she found it unusual. Aside from occasional meetups with his 2 or 3 close friends, he rarely left the house voluntarily. Most of his shopping was done online, almost never chose crowded places like a supermarket. Wen-Chi asked, Mom, did you need something? Snapping back from her thoughts, Wen-Ruken replied, Shao-Chi, do you remember what I mentioned last time? Wen-Chi remained silent. Not responding. You know that your Uncle Song and I have a blended family. He helped me a lot with my comeback. Now that I'm tied to the Song family's company, our success and failure are linked. Her voice softened. The company is facing difficulties, and he turned to me for help. I couldn't bear to refuse. When she questioned, Uncle Song wants me to enter a business marriage with the Shen family. Doesn't he have a son? Why not send his son instead? When Ruken gently chided, Shao-Chi, you're also associated with the Song family business, and your brother is the one managing the affairs. When Chi's lips pressed into a thin line, heat rising in his chest, burning with frustration. I've looked into it carefully, when Ruken continued softly. The Shen family's patriarch saw your photo and heard you're a graduate of B University. He was impressed by your clean relationship history and agreed to the marriage proposal. Don't think of it as a blind date, just meet the youngest Shen son. Consider it making a new friend, alright? When Chi let out a soft laugh. Sure. You agree? When Ruken sounded surprised, her voice brightening. But before she could finish, When Chi interrupted. But I want to terminate my contract with the company. When Ruken paused, startled. Shao-Chi, you want to terminate your contract? Yes. When Chi waited silently. The call fell quiet, the person on the other end seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a while, a voice finally sounded. When Ruken said, Shao-Chi, if staying with the company makes you unhappy, then terminate the contract. I'll speak with your brother about this matter. When Chi's tone turned stiff. He's not my brother. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before when Ruken softly asked, Shao-Chi, are you angry with Mom? When Chi didn't reply. He directly ended the call. His grip on the phone tightening as heat seemed to burn beneath his skin with every slow breath. When he lifted his gaze, his eyes met Pei Yanka's dark ones from across the aisle. Pei Yanchu had been standing there for who knows how long, waiting quietly. Upon making eye contact, he gave a gentle smile and waved a plush toy in his hand. It was a cute little white dog plushie, looking remarkably like Yuanbao. When he shook it, it even resembled Yuanbao hopping around to greet Wenqi. Wenqi walked over slowly and asked, "Why are you holding a dog plushie? The plushie section over there is having a sale." "I saw this one and thought it looked a lot like our Yuanbao," Pei Yanchu said with a smile, then stuffed the plush toy into Wenqi's hands. "It's really soft. Touch it, it feels nice." Wenqi gently ran his fingers over it. The plush felt incredibly soft, soothing in a way that calmed the storm brewing inside him. Pei Yanchu asked, "Should we buy it?" The corner of Wenqi's lips curved slightly. "No need. Yuanbao's a jealous little thing. If he sees a plushie that looks like him, he'll get upset, chew it up, and hide it in a corner." "Yuanbao is that petty?" Pei Yanchu raised a curious eyebrow. "The plushie section has other types too. Do you want to check them out?" Wenqi was briefly tempted but then glanced at their already full shopping cart. "Next time. I don't think we can carry any more. Are you done picking everything?" Pei Yanchu nodded. Wenqi's brows relaxed, and a smile spread on his face. "Then let's go home." The two returned home with several bags. The moment they stepped through the door, their little white dog dashed over, barking and circling around their legs, clearly upset. Wenqi crouched down and stroked the fluffy dog, speaking gently to soothe it. I know. I'll bring you along next time. The place we went doesn't allow dog sit wasn't on purpose." The dog quickly forgot its anger. Grabbed a small ball in its mouth, and wagged its tail eagerly, wanting to play fetch. Wenqi stayed in the living room, playing with the dog, while Pei Yanchu started unpacking their groceries. Noticing the time, he headed toward the kitchen, intending to prepare dinner when Wenqi called out. Shui just messaged me. He's downstairs and brought some rice. Let's use his rice for dinner." Pei Yanchu blinked, confused. "We already have rice in the kitchen. Your friend brings his own rice when visiting. Is that some new trend I don't know about?" Wenqi replied lazily, "Yeah, that's just how it works at my place." "Problem?" Pei Yanchu shook his head quickly. No. Bringing Reciso civilized." Wenqi chuckled softly. Before long, the doorbell rang. Wenqi opened the door to find Su Qianjun, whom he hadn't seen in a while, standing outside with a paper bag. "Shao Qi. Long time no see. Long time no see." Wenqi curved his eyes in response, stepping aside to let him in. "You were with the crew for 3 months this time. Must been exhausting, right?" "Totally. 3 months with the crew was bad enough, but when I finally got back, I had to see a master to change my name, visit a hospitalized relative. I've been running around like crazy." Su Qianjun stepped inside, mid-complaint, when he suddenly froze, eyes wide in shock. He stared at the tall man emerging from the kitchen, wearing a pink apron, and stammered, Pei. Pei Yanchu reminded him, taking the initiative to grab the bag of rice while politely saying, "You didn't have to bring anything, it's really too kind of you." "Huh? Where's the rice?" Su Qianjun, still a bit dazed, lifted the paper bag and pulled out a small mesh pouch containing only a few grains of rice, 5 or 6 at most. Pei Yanchu froze mid-step, his brain glitching for a moment. Wait, bringing rice meant just this few grains? Awkwardly, he blurted out. "This rice must be very precious." Su Qianjun nodded dumbly. "Yeah, I guess. It's blessed rice. If you mix a few grains with regular rice when cooking, it's supposed to bring good luck and ward off bad fortune." Wenqi, unable to hold back, burst out laughing. Pei Yanchu finally understood when Chi had deliberately set him up to misunderstand. With a resigned sigh, he accepted the pouch. Got it. So, you're staying for dinner, right? Su Qianjun waved his hands. No, You and Xiao Qi haven't seen each other for months. Stay for dinner, catch up properly, Pei Yanchu said warmly, already taking on the host's role without noticing. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Su Qianjun, looking a bit overwhelmed, stammered, No, nothing special, but wouldn't I be disturbing you too? Not at all. Pei Yanchu settled the matter with a firm nod. It's decided then. Stay for dinner. You two chat, and I'll get cooking. With that, Pei Yanchu returned to the kitchen. Still holding the tiny pouch of rice, and began clanking around with the cookware. Throughout the entire exchange, when Qi hadn't gotten a word in. Su Qianjun blinked in confusion and then whispered, So is Pei Yanchu your servant, or the man of the house? If I didn't know better, I'd think you two had been secretly married for years. When Qi choked. You do. Know better. He's obviously my servant. Just then, the kitchen door opened slightly. Pei Yanchu peeked his head out, half hiding his phone, and said cheerfully, Xiao Qi, the maid outfit store just messaged they have new stock. There's even a short blue version. Should I get the black one or the blue one? Su Qianjun stiffened like a rusty robot, neck creaking as he turned to Wen Qi, eyes full of shock. Wen Qi opened his mouth but felt his brain short-circuit, unable to form words. Pei Yanchu, looking slightly troubled, added thoughtfully, or maybe black is better. If you make me kneel again. The blue one's too short to cover my knees. If I get hurt, you'll feel bad, right? Su Qianjun's lips twitched uncontrollably as he whispered in disbelief, Xiao Qi, are you serious? When you said you had him as your servant, you meant the kind where he kneels in a maid outfit, scrubbing the floor. Wen Qi. Chapter 10. Wen Qi struggled to clarify, I didn't. Everyone can wear whatever they want. Pei Yanchu chose this himself, it has nothing to do with me. Pei Yanchu nodded earnestly. Yes, it was all my own choice. Su Qianjun also nodded dazedly. Yeah, he insisted on it himself. Wen Qi, the more they explained, the stranger it sounded. Pei Yanchu hummed a little tune and returned to the kitchen to continue cooking, leaving Wen Qi and Su Qianjun staring awkwardly at each other. Trying to break the tension, Su Qianjun changed the subject. Xiao Qi, why don't you pick a lucky charm? I chose a bracelet for myself. See if you like anything here. Wen Qi agreed and accepted the paper bag. He didn't believe in luck charms but didn't want to reject Su Qianjun's good intentions. Planning to pick something randomly, he let his slender fingers sift through the items. His fingers brushed against a small box, and he absent-mindedly pulled it out. It was a square box with a transparent plastic cover, revealing a pair of coral bead earrings inside bright crimson, as vivid as drops of blood. Xiao Qi, you like those? Su Qianjun asked in surprise. I remember you don't have pierced ears. He hesitated, worried. If you get your ears pierced, won't Antwan disagree? Wen Qi had been about to put the box back, but hearing that, he paused. Perfect. I'll take these, then. Su Qianjun blinked. Did you have a fight with Antwan? Wen Qi replied coolly, Xingla Media's financial chain is in trouble. Uncle Song turned to my mother for help. And she wants me to marry into the Shen family to help Xingla through this crisis. I've already agreed to meet the youngest son of the Shen family. Su Qianjun stammered, You're not talking about Shen Shi, are you? That young master, there are a lot of rumors about him, and his reputation isn't great. Wen Qi nodded. Speak of the devil, his phone screen lit up with a new message. He glanced at it, let out a soft laugh, and handed the phone to Su Qianjun, speaking with a touch of self-mockery. The meeting's scheduled pretty quickly. I guess this is the last bit of value I have left, huh? Su Qianjun read the message, his breath catching. He asked worriedly, "Are you really going to meet him?" "Why not? Not only will I go, but I'll be fully prepared." Wen Qi's long lashes lowered slightly as he twirled the blood-red coral earrings between his pale fingers, his voice drifting softly. "I heard old Master Shen is very upright. I want to try doing something I've never done before." Meanwhile, Pei Yanchu remained oblivious to the conversation outside the kitchen. He happily brought out 3 bowls of rice topped with soft-boiled eggs and eel drizzled with sauce, accompanied by tomato soup for each of them. The eel had been reheated in an air fryer, leaving the surface slightly charred with a tangy sweet glaze. The white rice was sprinkled with black sesame seeds, while corn kernels and broccoli added pops of color, and a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg nestled on the side. Pei Yanchu sat across from the two and sighed dramatically. "It's a shame I didn't have seaweed flakes at home. It would have been perfect otherwise." He even added a theatrical sigh, "Oh well, I guess it only scores a 99 out of 100. Su Qianjun praised, "It looks amazing already." Pei Yanchu stared at Wen Qi, waiting for his reaction. Wen Qi found it amusing. The eel in the fridge was pre-cooked, the sauce pre-mixed. All Pei Yanchu had done was heat the eel in the air fryer, steam some rice, and boil the vegetables in water. There was no technical skill involved. Yet here he was, fishing for praise. Wen Qi was in a good mood, so he took a bite and nodded along. They'll give you 99 points. Pei Yanka's eyes lit up instantly, and the smile on his lips was impossible to hide, as if an invisible tail behind him was wagging wildly. The 3 of them sat around the table. Wen Qi and Su Qianjun hadn't seen each other in a while, so they chatted while eating. Su Qianjun, a junior screenwriter at an entertainment company, started venting about his recent frustrations, how he had stayed up all night rewriting 2 scenes based on the lead actor's requests, only for the actor to complain the next day that the lines were too long and demand yet another rewrite. With a sour expression, Su Qianjun grumbled, "Every day, I open my eyes just to slave away for peanuts. I'm seriously considering taking a break, like you, Xiaoqi." Wen Qi replied lazily. "I've pushed off work for over half a year now, haven't submitted a single demo. Sure, I've been having fun, but my manager's face looks pretty awful these days. He dares give you attitude. Your contract was never fair to begin with. The company's been taking advantage of you for years. Shouldn't he feel guilty?" Su Qianjun huffed. "How much longer do you have left on that contract anyway? Don't be mad. I've already used it as leverage," Wen replied. "I figure it won't be long before the company calls me back to terminate it." Su Qianjun caught on immediately, his face lighting up. "That's great." Pei Yanchu, curious, asked, "What contract?" Hearing that, Su Qianjun got riled up again. Xiaoqi signed a management contract with the Song family's Xingla Media back in high school. They took advantage of his young age and ignorance, so the terms were completely unfair. They not only took his copyrights but also took the majority share of his earnings. And the breach of contract fee? Outrageous. Pei Yanchu frowned. Didn't anyone help him review the contract back then? Su Qianjun instinctively glanced at Wen Qi. Of course, someone had helped. But it was precisely because he trusted that person that he didn't even question it and signed the contract without hesitation. Wen Qi smiled faintly. "Let's drop it. Eat your food." The atmosphere around the table stiffened, but the topic shifted. After the meal, Pei Yanchu naturally stood up to clear the dishes, even asking if they wanted any fruit. When he returned to the kitchen, Su Qianjun whispered, "Oh my God, Xiaoqi, the once billionaire Pei Yanchu has been turned into a perfect househusband by you." Wen Qi sighed. "Watch your word, househusband, seriously." Su Qianjun nodded gravely. "I can't help it. His aura is too strong. Even if he's here doing chores like a Livian son-in-law today, I still feel like tomorrow there'll be a whole line of people outside, and the moment the door opens, They'll bow and chant, the 3-year mark has passed, welcome back, Dragon King. Wen-Chi burst into laughter, nearly tearing up. Shui, how many short dramas have you been writing lately? He added, if I remember right, Pei Yenchu is a year older than us. His zodiac sign is the dragon. Back in high school, when Wen-Chi heard Pei Yenchu was a dragon, he had even felt a bit disappointed, thinking. He's not a dog. Su Qianjun gasped dramatically, the true Dragon King was beside us all along. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Wen-Chi went to answer it, accepting a convenience store bag from a delivery worker before returning to the table. He pulled out the contents and asked, is this what you wanted? Su Qianjun leaned closer and nodded. MHM. Hearing the noise, Pei Yenchu finished loading the dishes into the dishwasher and came out of the kitchen. Seeing how close the two were standing, he wordlessly stepped between them and asked, what did you buy? Su Qianjun replied, a disposable ear-piercing gun and alcohol wipes. Shao-Chi wants to pierce his ears. Ear-piercing gun? Pei Yenchu lowered his gaze. On the table lay a white ear-piercing gun with a silver needle attached sharp, fine, and glinting with a cold sheen. Why the sudden idea to pierce your ears? Pei Yenka's brows furrowed as he looked at Wen-Chi. Wen-Chi had picked up the other ear-piercing gun and was focused on reading the instructions. His features were strikingly beautiful, his pale skin almost luminescent, with a delicate, porcelain-like sheen. The perfect contours of his profile resembled a deity from Greek mythology. His slender neck was graceful and fair, exuding an air of elegance and detachment. At that moment, his head was slightly lowered, soft chestnut hair falling gently over his forehead. His delicate ear, with a flawless pearl-like earlobe, was tinged with a soft, warm glow. Pei Yenka's gaze lingered on his earlobe. His Adam's apple moving slightly as he swallowed, unable to tear his eyes away. Still studying the instructions, Wen-Chi spoke casually, Shui gave me a pair of coral bead earrings. They're pretty nice. He's already got his ears pierced, so since he's here, he can help me. As he spoke, he turned his head, only to realize that, at some point, Pei Yenchu had shifted closer between them. His broad figure leaned in, peering at the ear-piercing gun alongside him. From behind, it almost seemed like he was half embracing Wen-Chi, the posture dominant and impossible to ignore. The distance was too close. Wen-Chi's expression turned slightly uncomfortable. You're blocking Shui. Su Qianjun, who had been completely obscured, blinked as he sensed the tension. Just as he was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing who it was, he said, my agent's calling me. Shao-Chi, give me a minute. Su Qianjun hurried off to the balcony to take the call. Leaving the two of them alone. Pei Yenchu glanced at the coral bead earrings on the table, then back at Wen-Chi. You like coral beads? I could find you some clipons instead. No need. Wen-Chi lowered his dark, lash-fringed eyes and gently pinched his earlobe. These earrings were specially blessed by a master Shui consulted for good luck. I just figured I might as well get my ears pierced now. From the balcony, the faint sound of Su Qianjun's phone conversation echoed, making the silence between them even more pronounced. Pei Yenka's gaze remained fixed on Wen-Chi's earlobe. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "It'll hurt." Wen-Chi responded softly, "I know." Pei Yenchu didn't say anything else. Not hearing a reply, Wen-Chi lifted his gaze and asked, "You think I shouldn't pierce them either?" "No." Pei Yenka's voice paused slightly, his tone low. "I was just thinking it will hurt." The response wasn't all that different. Leaving Wen-Chi momentarily speechless. He had clearly already said he knew that. Just then, from the balcony, Su Qianjun finished his call and returned. The two of them instinctively looked away from each other in sync. Su Qianjun hurried over, apologetic. "Shao-Chi, my agent just called. I have a last-minute job and need to leave right away." Sorry, I won't be able to help you pierce your ears today. It's fine. I can do it myself. Work comes first. Wen-Chi picked up the paper bag on the table. I'll walk you downstairs. Su Qianjun nodded quickly, then reminded, if your earlobe gets swollen, remember to apply some anti-inflammatory ointment. Got it. As Wen-Chi prepared to leave, he glanced toward Pei Yanchu. Pei Yanchu, sensing the look, spoke up. Yuan Bao and I will guard the house. Hearing its name, the little dog popped out from under the table, wagging its tail and letting out a soft bark. A smile flashed in Wen-Chi's eyes as he left with Su Qianjun, escorting him downstairs. After seeing him off and watching the car drive away, Wen-Chi returned to the apartment. As soon as he opened the door, the little dog enthusiastically ran up, tail wagging. Wen-Chi gave it a few affectionate pats before heading back to the table. Pei Yanchu was now watching a tutorial video on how to use a disposable ear-piercing gun, his brows furrowed even tighter than before. Wen-Chi asked, figured it out. Pei Yanchu exited the video. It's not that complicated. Just line it up and press, but if you aim slightly off, the hole might end up slanted, which could cause problems later. Wen-Chi nodded. Alright, then you do it for me. Pei Yanchu froze. Huh? Me? I'd have to use a mirror to find the right angle if I do it myself. You've already learned how, so it's easier if you do it, Wen-Chi said lazily. You just said it wasn't hard, right? Perfect. Pei Yanchu hesitated, looking uncertain. Wen-Chi raised an eyebrow. You don't want to? Pei Yanchu quickly shook his head. I do. Wen-Chi glanced at the little dog circling at his feet and said, Yuan Bao is here. Let's go to the bathroom. Pei Yanchu, clearly distracted, replied, oh okay. They took the items and went to the bathroom, closing the door and leaving the curious dog outside. Now, the confined space held only the two of them. Wen-Chi stood in front of the marble vanity, slightly turning his body as he tucked his hair back, fully exposing his right ear toward Pei Yanchu. Go ahead. Pei Yanchu's voice was tight with tension. Then let's disinfect first. Wen-Chi thought to himself, does Pei Yanchu have to announce every step? But he didn't comment on it and simply responded with a quiet Pei Yanchu opened a medical alcohol wipe, moving closer, only to stop halfway, his voice stuttering slightly. Shao-Chi, could you close your eyes? Wen-Chi glanced at him. The man before him was visibly tense, lips pressed into a firm line. Looking even more nervous than the person actually getting pierced. Wen-Chi shifted his gaze back, obediently closing his eyes. Darkness fell as his vision was shut off, heightening his other senses. The confined space amplified the presence of the other person, the sound of slightly quickened breathing, the warmth of his breath. A gentle exhale brushed against Wen-Chi's hair at the side. Then, a cool sensation touched his earlobe, moving in slow, delicate circles, carefully wiping the area. The movements were so light, as if he were handling a rare piece of jade, careful not to break it. For some reason, Wen-Chi felt a tightness in his throat, an urge to pull away, but he resisted it, staying still. Only his previously relaxed fingers slowly curled inwards. The alcohol wipe was removed, followed by the faint crinkling of packaging being opened. Then came Pei Yanchu's uncertain voice. Where should I? Just the center, Wen-Chi replied. Still with his eyes closed. Time passed, yet the expected sting never came. Wen-Chi could practically feel Pei Yanchu's lingering gaze on his earlobe. It'll hurt, Pei Yanchu repeated for the third time. Wen-Chi's answer remained unchanged. I know. Pei Yanchu stopped speaking and leaned down, holding his breath, as he carefully placed the disposable ear-piercing gun against Wen-Chi's earlobe. After positioning it correctly, he pressed down quickly and firmly. With a soft click, the silver needle pierced through neatly, and a small silver bead was delicately affixed to the earlobe. Wen-Chi slowly opened his eyes. Pei Yanchu, frowning deeply, kept his gaze fixed on his earlobe, speaking faster than usual. It seems a little red. Does it hurt? Not really. It hurts for a moment when it's done, but I don't feel much after, Wen Qi replied, instinctively reaching for his ear, only to have Pei Yanchu grab his fingertips. Both froze. And Pei Yanchu quickly released his grip, awkwardly explaining, "You just had your ear pierced, don't touch it yet." Wen Qi nodded. "Then let's do the other side." Pei Yanchu picked up another disposable ear-piercing gun but didn't move, his expression flashing with hesitation. "How about you give this one to me?" He said slowly, "Wasn't the earring Shui gave me supposed to bring good luck? Now that I'm bankrupt and have lost my memory, I also want to share in some of that good fortune." Wen Qi thought for a moment. In essence, whether it was one ear or two, it didn't really matter. He nodded. "Okay, then you do it. Do you want me to help?" Pei Yanchu didn't expect him to agree and froze for a second, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face, looking a bit silly. No, I'll do it myself." As if worried Wen Qi would change his mind, Pei Yanchu quickly disinfected his left ear with an alcohol wipe, checked the position in the mirror. And then swiftly and decisively pierced it with the other disposable ear-piercing gun. The movements were fluid and efficient. "This is pretty quick," Wen Qi thought. Both of their earlobes were now adorned with matching silver bead earrings. Pei Yanchu stared at them in the mirror, satisfied, and eagerly asked, "When are we changing to the coral bead earrings?" Wen Qi replied, Shui said that after getting your ears pierced, you can't switch earrings immediately. You have to wait for a while." He stared at himself in the mirror, feeling that the little silver beads were too plain, not striking enough. Lost in thought, he mumbled, "Luckily, we meet again in a week. It'll be fine to change the earrings then." Pei Yanchu, surprised, asked, "What meeting? Who are you meeting?" He thought when she was planning to wear the coral beads for good luck, but now it sounded like he was putting them on specifically for a meeting. Wen Qi replied, "My arranged marriage partner." The smile on Pei Yankus' lips froze instantly. Who? Chapter 11. Time seemed to pause for a few seconds, as if the world had frozen. Pei Yanchu chuckled twice, breaking the silence. What a bad joke. Wen Qi looked at him strangely. Who said it was a joke? Pei Yanchu still didn't believe it. How could you agree to a marriage arrangement? Wen Qi gave a self-deprecating smile. My mom wants to send me off. What can I say? Pei Yanchu suddenly became anxious. You still shouldn't agree. It's the modern age, who's still doing marriage arrangements? Do you even know him? Do you understand him? There's no love, so why get married? He took a deep breath, barely calming himself, grinding his teeth as he asked the most crucial question. Who is it? Wen Qi replied. You've lost your memory. Even if I tell you his name, you won't recognize him. Why ask? Already defending the person before even meeting him? Pei Yanchu spoke as if bubbles were rising in a carbonated drink, his tone full of sourness and grievance. Can't I just ask? Wen Qi replied directly. Shenxi, do you know him? I obviously didn't know him. Pei Yankus' words shifted abruptly, chasing after the question. Is he a man or a woman? How old? What's their personality like? How many people are in their family? Are you doing a census here? Wen Qi raised an eyebrow, hearing Yuanbao scratching at the door. He turned, preparing to leave. Let's go, the ear piercings are done, we can leave now. Wait. Just as Wen Qi took a step, Pei Yanchu grabbed his wrist. The grip was strong, with his broad hand firmly holding Wen Qi's wrist through the thin fabric, sending a burning warmth through the touch. Pei Yankus' gaze darkened, all the feelings of unwillingness, anger, and jealousy swirling inside him, then being suppressed to the limit, quickly fading. He stared at Wen Qi. His voice hoarse as he asked. Really going? Wen-Chi nodded. Yanka's fingers trembled slightly, the light in his eyes dimming, as if all light and life had been extinguished. You can't use meeting as a condition to terminate my contract. Wen-Chi responded. I'm not interested in men, and that young master from the Shen family is still in college. I'm not interested in younger boys either. Yanka's eyes brightened little by little, and he asked. So you're saying you won't really agree to the marriage? It's just a meeting. The Shen family only has an interest in me for now. I'm not their only option. Wen-Chi added. I agreed to the meeting, but that doesn't mean the marriage is set. He continued. Maybe after meeting me, the Song family will back out. Yanchu noticed that Wen-Chi seemed to have a plan and let out a slight sigh of relief. Wen-Chi asked, Can you let go of me now? Yanchu looked down and quickly released his grip. A little frustrated. Does it hurt? Wen-Chi slowly rubbed his wrist but didn't answer, his gaze probing as he asked in return, Why are you so worked up about me going into a marriage arrangement? Yanchu emphasized, You're the one who brought me home. Wen-Chi nodded, So? Ever since I started following you, people I don't know have been sending messages to my phone, asking if I'm so broke that I've been taken in by someone, Yanchu explained with reason. If you go into a marriage arrangement, won't I be seen as the third wheel in their eyes? What's left of my reputation? Am I supposed to live with that? Wen-Chi asked in confusion, Huh? Yanchu persisted, If you casually go into a marriage arrangement, what am I supposed to do? My reputation will be ruined, and I won't be able to find a wife. Should I hold you accountable for that? Wen-Chi found it amusing. You're penniless. And they've made you the scapegoat to take the fall for Peza. You're still dealing with ongoing economic lawsuits, and when the verdict comes in, it might just pile up into a massive debt. You're worrying about finding a wife? Yanchu replied, That's still no reason for you to make me the third wheel. Wen-Chi said, Wait, when did I ever ask you to be the third wheel? Yanchu refused to back down. When you go to meet that little brat, doesn't it imply you want me to be the third wheel? Have you considered Yuanbao? What if that kid doesn't like little dogs? What position do you think you're putting me and Yuanbao in? Stop. Wen-Chi felt dizzy from being tangled in the argument. He nearly got caught in it. I already said I'm not interested in the little brat. I'm just going to meet him. It's not a betrothal, and I never planned to make you the third wheel. Yanchu pressed on relentlessly, Then tell me what type you're interested in. Why are you asking that? Wen-Chi replied. I have to ask clearly. Yanchu said, Even if this marriage arrangement falls through, what if another one pops up that fits your taste? I need to be prepared for that, so I can protect myself and Yuanbao. Wen-Chi groaned, I'm not interested in dating or marriage. It's not going to happen. Is that clear? Why? Yanchu seemed unsatisfied. Have you really thought it through? You have no interest in marriage at all in the future. What I'm saying is, if you really meet someone suitable, maybe you should consider it. Dating isn't an option, marriage isn't either. What do you want from me? Wen-Chi couldn't take Yanka's barrage of questions anymore. Yanchu, are you in elementary school? Why are you asking so many whys every day? He didn't want to deal with it anymore, so he turned and opened the bathroom door. The little dog was sitting outside, tilting its head and whining twice, as if asking what were you two doing in there behind my back. Wen-Chi walked out, and the little dog immediately followed, barking and chasing after him. Yanchu also followed closely, continuing to ask, I won't ask those anymore, but you still have to tell me when you're meeting Shenxi. Which restaurant did you book? What are you planning to do after meeting him? Wen-Chi felt that Yuanbao was clingy enough. If he didn't see him for a moment, the little dog would whine and act spoiled. Now Yanchu came along, and his clinginess was even more annoying than Yuanbao's. Together, the two were an unstoppable duo. Wen-Chi suddenly stopped, turning around. Pei Yanchu quickly stopped as well, almost crashing into him, and the little dog stopped too. Wen Qi took a deep breath, looking a bit fierce. "Don't follow me." Both Pei Yanchu and the little dog looked at him with wounded, wet eyes. Wen Qi paused, softened his tone, and added, "Or be quiet." Pei Yanchu immediately shut up, nodding in acknowledgement. The little dog looked at Pei Yanchu, wagged its tail, and seemed to mimic him by quieting down. The world finally became peaceful. Wen Qi felt relieved, went to the living room to grab a glass of water, and took a sip. When he turned around, he saw both Pei Yanchu and the little dog watching him just a few steps away. Their gazes almost synchronized, full of fiery and eager light. The little dog's tail wagged, and it seemed like an invisible tail was wagging behind Pei Yanchu as well, trying to please him. Wen Qi almost spit out the water, lowered his head, and skeptically glanced at the cup in his hand. Could someone have poisoned my water? Wen Qi shook off the absurd thought in his mind and decided to separate the two. Noticing it was almost time for their usual walk, he said, "I'll take Yuanbao out for a walk. You should clean up the things we bought today." Pei Yanchu looked at him innocently and blinked. Wen Qi said, "You can talk now." With the restriction lifted, Pei Yanchu immediately asked, "You're not planning to meet with your marriage partner behind my back while taking Yuanbao for a walk, are you?" Wen Qi choked, "Pei Yanchu, are you crazy?" Pei Yanchu nodded seriously. "I'm too righteous for my own good. I'm worried about becoming a third wheel." Wen Qi's temples started throbbing in frustration. He couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out his phone and showed him the restaurant reservation details. "It's just a walk with Yuanbao. Is that enough?" Pei Yanchu quickly skimmed over it, furrowing his brows. "This restaurant?" Wen Qi asked, "What?" The screen showed the reservation confirmation for the restaurant. Pei Yanchu pointed to the name San Sheng and said earnestly, "This San character is bad. It makes me uncomfortable." Wen Qi almost exploded in his thoughts. Did Pei Yanchu hit his head so hard in that car accident that he now associates anything related to 3 with being a third wheel? This restaurant was quite famous for couples, even when Qi had heard of it. The name Sanxing implied that a couple would be together for 3 lifetimes, and it was meant to be romantic. "Then go talk to the restaurant owner and ask them to change the name," Wen Qi said, tired of arguing with him. He turned around and said, "Yuanbao, come here. Let's go for our walk." The little dog rushed over like a rocket, stopping abruptly in front of Wen Qi, excitedly chasing its tail in circles. Wen Qi found the leash, ignoring Pei Yanchu's pitiful gaze, and took the little dog outside. Luckily, the weather was nice today. And there were plenty of other dogs at the park. The sight of them made Wen Qi's mood lighten. He walked the dog a bit longer than usual before heading back to the apartment. Upon entering, Pei Yanchu promptly handed over a pet wet wipe and helped untangle the dog's leash. Wen Qi wiped the dust off the little dog's paws, and after being released, the dog trotted off to the living room to drink water. Pei Yanchu, holding the leash, was about to return it to the rack on the balcony when Wen Qi called him. Wen Qi tilted his head slightly, leaning close to Pei Yanchu's ear, his pale red lips parting slightly as he whispered, "Tonight we need to give Yuanbao a bath. When we go into the bathroom later, well, pretend we forgot to close the door. He'll definitely sneak in. Once he enters, you close the door." His voice was low and clear, his warm breath brushing against Pei Yanchu's ear, sending a tingling sensation all over. Pei Yanchu's whole body felt like it had been electrified. His muscles numb and unable to move. His thoughts slowed for a moment before he processed what Wen Qi said, nodding in agreement. He then asked, "What should I do after I close the door?" Wen Qi thought for a moment and replied, "Then, you need to help me hold Yuanbao down. He always tries to run away during bath time, and it takes a lot of effort to wash him." Pei Yanchu nodded again. "And also, don't laugh at him while he's getting a bath," Wen Qi added, his brow furrowing. Last time when I took him to the pet shop for a bath, one of the staff laughed at him. Yuanbao got so upset that he hid under the bed when we got home. I had to coax him out for a long time. Pei Yanchu solemnly promised, "Okay, I promise I won't laugh." The two of them quietly discussed their plan and then went about their separate tasks, heading toward the bathroom. The little dog finished drinking water in the living room and began searching for them. It circled around. Then finally noticed a gap in the bathroom door. Wen-Chi, inside the bathroom, had already prepared everything: towels, hair dryer, and other needed items. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the little dog's furry head poke out from beside the door. The dog's bright eyes seemed full of curiosity, wondering what Wen-Chi was doing. Wen-Chi pretended to just notice him, looking down and calling gently, "Yuanbao, you came to find me? Come here." The little dog eagerly barked once and strutted into the bathroom. Pei Yanchu stood behind the door, his heart fluttering from Wen-Chi's earlier words. He wasn't the least bit surprised that Yuanbao was unbothered, but if Wen-Chi had said the same to him, he wouldn't have been able to handle it either. Lost in thought, Pei Yanchu didn't forget what Wen-Chi had asked. As soon as the little dog came in, he quickly slammed the bathroom door shut. The dog was startled, its fuzzy ears trembling, and it wagged its tail in confusion. Looking between the two humans like a guard, before rubbing against Wen-Chi's feet. Wen-Chi bent down, scooped the little dog up, and unceremoniously handed it to Pei Yanchu. The dog nestled in Pei Yanka's arms, panting happily, completely unaware of what was coming. Wen-Chi lowered his eyes and coldly declared, "Take Yuanbao into the bathroom." Pei Yanchu swore that for the first time, he saw such a vivid expression on the little dog's face: confusion, shock, fear. Just moments ago, the dog had been happily wagging its tail, but now it was howling and struggling frantically, its cries heart-wrenching. Wen-Chi's voice turned colder. "Every time we mention a bath, you run under the couch. Not today. You're getting a bath now." The little dog whined, "Woo-woo." Wen-Chi's tone was firm, no negotiation. The little dog whined again, "Woo-woo." Pei Yanchu covered the little dog's mouth, soothing, "Good Yuanbao, let's listen to Shao-Chi. He's the head of our household." The little white dog looked up with big, teary, desperate eyes, full of despair. Pei Yanchu took the dog into the bathroom, while Wen-Chi retrieved a milk-colored round basin from the shelf and stepped in, starting to test the water temperature. When the basin was half filled, Pei Yanchu placed Yuanbao into it. The moment the dog's paws touched the water, it began frantically pawing the surface, and when it finally got submerged, its panic-filled cries sounded as though they were trying to end its life. Once in the basin, the dog realized that the water level only reached its paws and started to awkwardly look around. Pei Yanchu almost couldn't hold it in, but remembering Wen-Chi's instructions, he pretended not to notice and suppressed the smile that wanted to rise. Wen-Chi was already used to it, filling a cup with warm water and gently pouring it over the little dog. Every time the water touched the dog, it whimpered in despair, "Ing." The cries were so mournful they would make anyone feel heartbroken. Wen-Chi, good heavens, he's really not abusing the dog. The little dog's fluffy head, resembling a cloud of cotton candy, had its fur dampened by the warm water, sticking to its body in strands. Its head was heavy, its paws light, and it looked quite ridiculous. It was a little amusing. Pei Yanchu cleared his throat, stifling a laugh, and turned his gaze away. The little dog, covered in thick white bubbles, became slippery. Pei Yanchu couldn't hold it in for a moment, and the dog saw its opportunity to dash off. It bunked into the shower head in Wen-Chi's hand, sending it crashing to the ground with a splashing sound like a fountain. Water splashed everywhere, drenching all three of them. "Yuanbao!" Wen-Chi shouted in anger. Pei Yanchu rolled up his sleeves. "I'll do it." Then, with a loud clatter, he accidentally knocked over the water basin. The bathroom door was closed, and inside, the two men were chasing the squirming dog in a chaotic mess. After much effort, Pei Yanchu and Wenqi finally managed to hold down the wriggling dog, and it took quite a bit of work to wash the dog clean, leaving them both exhausted. Wenqi was both angry and amused, his chestnut-colored hair dripping wet, as he wrapped the little dog in a thick, dry towel and carried it to the sink. Yuanbao, being timid, could only use the lowest setting on the hair dryer. The warm air hummed, and Wenqi carefully blew the dog's fur dry, while Pei Yanchu continued helping to hold the dog. Their clothes were nearly soaked, and they were both in a state of disarray, occasionally bumping shoulders as they worked. Pei Yanchu glanced at him and couldn't help but ask, "How did you use to bathe Yuanbao?" Wenqi replied, "What else could we do? We'd lock ourselves in the bathroom and it would be like a water fight. Half the time, Yuanbao would try to jump out of the basin." He smiled wryly. "In the end, we'd both end up like two drowned rats." Looking at Pei Yanchu, the corner of his lips lifted slightly as he added, "Now it's become three of us." Pei Yanchu watched him, his gaze soft with affection, and smiled lightly. After finally drying the little dog's fur, the bathroom door opened. Yuanbao was just set down when it quickly scurried away, its four little legs moving fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Wenqi's eyes went to the gauze bandage on Pei Yanchu's forehead and asked, "Did your wound get wet?" Pei Yanchu casually replied, "It's fine even if it gets wet, it's almost healed anyway." "Alright, you wash here, I'll use the bedroom bathroom achu." Before he could finish his sentence, Wenqi sneezed. Pei Yanchu proactively said, "You wash here first. You're cold. Don't catch a cold standing in the hallway." As soon as they stood close together, Wenqi could feel the difference. Both of them were in half-wet clothes, but while Wenqi felt a chill, Pei Yanchu seemed like a moving furnace, radiating warmth. Wenqi nodded and agreed, turning aside. His long fingers grabbed the hem of his shirt, and with a swift motion, he pulled it off from the bottom up. Pei Yanchu couldn't help but gaze at Wenqi's slender waist, the soft, cold white back that looked as smooth as jade, and the beautiful butterfly bones that fluttered slightly, as though ready to take flight. Wenqi had just removed his shirt when he turned to see Pei Yanchu staring at him with a dazed expression, as if rooted to the spot. "Why aren't you leaving?" Wenqi was about to tell him to leave when Pei Yanchu looked like he had been hit by a dizzy spell, his voice faint, "Pink pink. Why are you pink?" Following Pei Yanchu's fixed gaze, Wenqi looked down at himself. Wenqi, he hadn't noticed before, but now, with Pei Yanchu's emphasis, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. "What's wrong with pink? Any color is fine, right?" "Fine, fine." Pei Yanchu mumbled incoherently. "Pink is nice, pink looks good." Wenqi looked at him with a strange expression. "Pei Yanchu, you have a nosebleed." Pei Yanchu froze for a moment, then reached up and touched his nose, finding a small smear of red. He covered his nose with his hand, took 2 quick steps back, and spoke quickly, "You go ahead and take a shower, I'll go out first." With a loud thud, the bathroom door slammed shut. His tall figure, looking flustered, quickly fled, disappearing with the same speed as the dog did earlier. Wenqi's eyes curved lightly, and he couldn't help but laugh. Outside the bathroom, Pei Yanchu's heart was racing, feeling hot all over. Hearing the sound of water running from inside made his mouth dry. He felt like he was standing in punishment when he suddenly remembered that Wenqi hadn't brought his sleepwear, so he went to the master bedroom to fetch it for him. When he returned, the water had stopped. Inside, Wenqi called, "Pei Yanchu." Pei Yanchu responded. "Did you need your sleepwear? I brought it for you." There was a soft hum from inside, "Thank you." The sound of the lock clicking echoed as the bathroom door opened just a crack. The humid, steamy air mixed with a faint fragrance wafted out. Pei Yanchu turned his head to look away, handing the neatly folded clothes over. As the clothes were taken, he felt a soft, almost imperceptible touch, as if delicate fingertips had brushed against his palm. It was like a lazy, playful noble cat teasing him with a light scratch in his hand. Or perhaps it was like a chance encounter where a bird's feather brushed across his palm, without any particular meaning. So was it intentional, or was it an accident? Pei Yankees' back stiffened, and his Adam's apple slowly bobbed up and down. The bathroom door closed again, and before long, Wen-chi walked out. His gaze swept over the crimson ears of Pei Yenchu, a faint smile forming on his lips as he said, "Go wash up." Pei Yenchu lowered his dark eyes, not daring to look at him, responding softly, and took long strides toward the bathroom. The door closed behind him, and as he faced the room filled with the scent of grapefruit, his blood boiled, his lower abdomen tensed, and the heat that had just subsided began to flare up again. Wen-chi was in a good mood, walking briskly back to the bedroom, with the little dog happily following him with its light steps. The freshly bathed little dog was soft, fragrant, with fluffy, smooth fur. Holding it felt warm and comfortable. Only after bath time could the little dog be allowed on the bed. Wen-chi closed the bedroom door, and the dog jumped onto the bed, sitting obediently by the pillow, like a plush toy. "Good little dog," Wen-chi praised, getting onto the bed and lifting the corner of the blanket. The dog immediately burrowed under it. From the master bedroom. The sounds of water from the living room bathroom could be heard splashing water, continuing without stopping for quite a while. Wen-chi's fingers were long and delicate as he absent-mindedly scratched the dog's chin. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, showing signs of deep thought. The dog hummed comfortably from the scratching, then leaned over to lick his hand, wetting his fingers with its tongue and reflecting a glistening sheen of water. Wen-chi snapped back to reality, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips, but there was no intention of punishment. His fingertips gently tapped the dog's head. The wall lamp emitted soft light, and the bed felt as soft as clouds. The warmth of the dog pressed against him, the faint sounds of water from next door relaxing him further. Wen-chi had run around a lot today and had gone through a whole ordeal with the dog's bath. He quickly began to feel sleepy, the tips of his eyes tinged with pink, sparkling with tiny tears as he slowly closed his eyelids. Before slipping into sleep, the last thought that flashed through his mind was, why hadn't Pei Yenchu finished yet? How much longer would he have to keep washing? In the middle of the night, Wen-chi woke up to a sticky, wet sensation on his chest. Opening his eyes, he saw the little dog soundly asleep on him, snoring lightly and drooling all over his chest. Wen-chi paused for 2 seconds, then gently lifted the dog and placed it on the pillow next to him. He got out of bed, opened the wardrobe to get a fresh shirt, and prepared to take his soiled sleepwear to the washing machine. As he stepped out of the room, he noticed the bathroom light was still on, the door ajar, and there was some faint noise coming from inside. Was Pei Yenchu still awake? Wen-chi was somewhat surprised and walked over slowly, only to find Pei Yenchu standing in front of the sink, washing something with a small basin. Pei Yankees' expression was filled with frustration, his head lowered, and his ears flushed red. His distinctly knuckled fingers gripped a piece of gray fabric, scrubbing it under the clear water. Both were male by gender, and Wen-chi was quite familiar with this scene. Pei Yenchu turned his head and saw Wen-chi standing in the doorway. He quickly turned off the water and asked, "Did I wake you?" "No," Wen-chi replied. "I woke up because Yuanbao was drooling on me." He deliberately asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Pei Yenchu froze for a moment, his face showing embarrassment as a wave of red spread from his neck to his face. His face was burning, his gaze avoided Wen-chi's, and he stammered, I just suddenly woke up." Wen-chi asked again, "Had a spring dream?" Pei Yenchu didn't expect him to ask that. His head buzzed, going blank, and he froze in a daze. He didn't know whether to say yes or no. Wen-chi stepped closer, casually throwing his dirty sleepwear on the counter. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why aren't you talking?" Pei Yenchu reflexively took a step back, realizing he had shown weakness. He stopped abruptly and stood stiffly. Wen-chi asked again, "What did you dream about? A man, or a woman?" Pei Yenchu pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Wen Qi asked, "Are you mute now?" Pei Yanchu turned his head away, feeling as if he couldn't bear it, and a sense of humiliation washed over him. His voice was muffled as he admitted, I forgot." Wen Qi suddenly understood, "So, you really did have a spring dream." Only then did Pei Yanchu realize he had let something slip. His expression flashed with annoyance. Why hadn't he noticed how amusing Pei Yanchu was before? Wen Qi, pretending not to know, asked, "You've lost your memory, but you still remember how to fight?" Pei Yanchu didn't understand. Fight what? Wen Qi's gaze dropped. Pei Yanke's body was stiff in a certain place, and it hadn't gone away. The dark gray pajama pants made the shape clearly noticeable. When he noticed the gaze, it seemed to become more excited and stimulated. This made Wen Qi gain a deeper understanding of the size he saw during the day. Pei Yanke's face turned red, not expecting Wen Qi to say such things. Even when saying such words, Wen Qi's expression remained cold and indifferent, like a breeze or a bright moon, making one easily associate it with all the beautiful and tranquil things in the world, things that shouldn't be tainted with even a trace of dirty desire. Wen Qi asked, "Don't know how?" Pei Yanchu lowered his voice and admitted, "I do." Wen Qi said, "Come here." Pei Yanchu curled his fingers, making a fist, lowered his head, and slowly, step by step, stood in front of Wen Qi. Wen Qi casually asked, "Last time, what did you dream about?" Pei Yanchu struggled with his expression. Can I not say it? I really forgot." His voice was low and pleading, as if he wanted to preserve a last shred of dignity. "You can choose not to answer." Wen Qi asked lazily, "But disobedient bad dogs should be punished." Pei Yanke's breathing became heavy. He looked up at Wen Qi in front of him, unable to tell if it was because of the humiliating tone beneath his calm expression, or because of the excitement brought by the close proximity. His pants felt tight and painful. Pei Yanchu asked, "What punishment?" Wen Qi looked him up and down, suddenly smiling, and said softly, "Don't you like being punished by me kneeling?" He slightly raised his chin, the silver bead earring on his right ear flashed coldly, and with a condescending gaze, he said, "Kneel down, in front of me, and beat it out. Do you understand?" Pei Yanchu closed his eyes. A few words were enough to make him dizzy, his scalp tingling like an electric shock. He was going to die. Even before it started. He was already dying of pleasure. Wen Qi held his arms, his voice cold, "What are you waiting for?" Pei Yanchu slowly knelt down in front of him. On the cold, smooth tiles, the man's upper body was straight, his strong thighs slightly parted, the thin cotton fabric stretched the shape in the middle even more prominently, his two hands clenched into fists, hanging on the ground, but he didn't continue to move. He lowered his head, his chest covered in crimson, rising and falling, as if he was trying to calm his breathing. Wen Qi waited leisurely, urging, "Take it off." Pei Yanchu closed his eyes, raised his wrists a little, then collapsed back as if defeated, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, his voice low and hoarse, pleading, "Shao Qi, don't do this to me." His voice was restrained and humble, as if he was suffering and humiliated to the extreme. Wen Qi looked at him for a while, his voice softened, and said, "All right, get up. I went too far today, I apologize to you. Go back and rest." Pei Yanchu raised his eyes and asked cautiously, "Then the punishment you mentioned? I'm not that cruel." Wen Qi said calmly, "If you were here, and you really dared to beat it out in front of me, you would be kicked out tomorrow." Pei Yanchu froze, "Then you just now? Who told you to have a nosebleed yesterday, and to use the bathroom for so long?" Wen Qi's tone was mocking, "It took you quite a while, huh?" Pei Yanchu was still kneeling on the cold floor, a tingling electric current spread from his back, reaching his limbs, making his whole body hot and burning. Last night, Shao Qi knew he was in the bathroom. Yesterday better be a coincidence, an accident. Otherwise, even if you have amnesia now, and don't remember our past grievances. Wen Qi leaned down, lightly patted Pei Yanke's face, with a deep meaning, "If you have any inappropriate thoughts about me, Pei Yanchu trembled. What will happen? Wen-Chi smiled. You can try. He changed into a new pajama, the neckline was wide open, completely unaware that because of his leaning gesture, on his flat chest, the bright red plum blossoms on the snow were almost completely visible. Pei Yankus' eyes were fixed on it, he felt his nose getting hot again, his Adam's apple moved slightly, his voice was weak and stammered, I dare not. Chapter 12. Wen-Chi put the pajamas that were about to be changed into the washing machine and went back to bed to continue sleeping. Since Yuanbao was there, the door of the master bedroom was left slightly open. He slept uneasily and could even sense the small dog jumping down, making little tap-tap-tap sounds as it left the room. He wasn't sure if it went to drink water or to go to the bathroom. Not long after, the dog returned with the same tap-tap-tap sound, and tried to jump onto the bed twice but missed. On the third attempt, it made it up and nudged next to him, then got up after a while, seemingly dissatisfied with the position. It stepped around the soft bed, walked in a large circle, and chose a new spot to lie down. Throughout the night, the dog kept coming in and out, tossing and turning, even licking Wen-Chi awake twice. He was too tired to be angry and felt like he hadn't really slept. After finally dozing off for a short while, the automatic curtains that were set to a timer made a soft ding, gradually opening to reveal soft morning light streaming through the window. The dog excitedly stood up and let out a loud woof. Wen-Chi covered his face with a pillow, his eyes barely open due to exhaustion, and pushed the dog's head away with one hand, saying, Yuanbao, play by yourself. The dog rubbed against him, whining and being playful, trying to get him up to play. Wen-Chi, still with his eyes closed, mumbled sleepily, a grown-up dog should learn to walk itself. The dog paused, thought for 2 seconds, then, thinking it didn't understand, continued to nudge him. Undeterred. A soft laugh was heard. The enthusiastic, fluffy dog was suddenly lifted up by a large hand. Pei Yanchu, holding the dog in one hand, leaned down to pick up the remote control on the bedside table and pressed the button to close the curtains. The soft sound of the sliding track echoed as the curtains slowly closed, dimming the bright light little by little. Wen-Chi heard the movement, his long lashes fluttered, and he barely managed to open his eyes. In his blurry vision, Pei Yanchu placed a warm hand on his head, gently rubbing it with a smile and saying, Go back to sleep. As the light gradually faded, the tall figure, holding the dog, walked out of the room, gently closing the master bedroom door behind him. Wen-Chi's furrowed brows relaxed, his eyes closed again, and he fell back into a deep sleep. In a daze, it felt as if he had returned to high school. In the school infirmary, outside the window was a 100-year-old ginkgo tree, its leaves falling in the wind. In the golden dream, he was lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by a white partition curtain. It was small, enclosed, and quiet. The sound of footsteps approached, and then a boy's voice politely asked, Hello, teacher. Was there a student who came to the infirmary this morning? The teacher asked me to check on the situation. Are you asking about Wen-Chi? He has a fever, almost 39°C. I asked him to notify his parents to take him to the hospital, but he refused. He just took medicine here and fell asleep. The teacher added, He'll probably sleep for a while longer. Could you stay and keep an eye on him for me? I'll be quick at the cafeteria. Okay, teacher, go ahead. The footsteps faded away, and the door of the infirmary creaked as it slowly closed. The white curtain by the bed was gently pulled back by a boy's hand with distinct joints. Wen-Chi was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, sweat beading on his forehead. A few strands of hair sticking to his flushed cheeks. His wrist felt as heavy as lead, unable to lift. The nearby chair scraped as someone sat down beside him. He heard a noise and tried to open his eyes to see who it was, but a cold, damp sensation pressed against his forehead, alleviating some of the heat. A wet wipe gently passed over his sweaty forehead, bringing a slight coolness. He unconsciously pressed his flushed cheek against it, rubbing a little, seemingly against the other person's wrist. The boy's movement stiffened for a moment, then quickly relaxed. He extended his hand and gently ruffled his hair, his voice low as he softly said, "Go back to sleep." The tone was familiar, almost identical to the memory from before, carrying a soothing, comforting magic. Wen-Chi had several dreams within dreams. They were bizarre and fragmented, with no connection. One moment, Su Qianjun was laughing at him, "Shao-Chi. Your photo on the monthly exam ranking list downstairs was stolen again." The next moment, there was a contract on the desk, and his mother gently spoke to him, "Shao-Chi, you're so talented, help mommy, okay? Mommy needs you." Then, the class monitor led the way for each student to give a gift to Pei Yanchu for his birthday. The flattery was too obvious. He didn't want to give a gift, but not wanting to appear too out of place, he casually brought a cup of Yangji Ganlua mango dessert, placing it on the table filled with gifts for Pei Yanchu. But Pei Yanchu was allergic to mangoes, why should he drink it? Wen-Chi slowly opened his eyes, suddenly realizing that he had been away from high school for a long time. The questions that were once buried in time and forgotten still had no answers. Everything around him was dim, with only a sliver of white light spilling from the edge of the curtains. A reminder that it was daytime. He reached for his phone on the bedside table and checked the time. It was already 2 p.m. Since bringing Yuanbao home, he hadn't slept this long in a while. Where was Yuanbao? When Qi got out of bed and opened the door, momentarily blinded by the bright lighting in the apartment. As his vision gradually focused, he saw the embedded TV in the living room silently playing the animated dog show Brui. Pei Yanchu was doing push-ups on the floor with one hand, while the dog sat on his back, staring intently at the TV, its black glassy eyes fixed on the animation, its tail occasionally wagging. Wen-Chi's gaze fell on Pei Yanchu. With one hand on the ground, the other behind his back, Pei Yankus' body formed a straight line. His upper body was bare, wearing only loose sports shorts, and his sun-kissed back muscles were well-defined and tight, subtly trembling, covered with fine, glistening sweat beads. Wen-Chi suddenly remembered the last time Pei Yanchu had insisted on buying a maid outfit, saying that his physique was very similar to that of the male internet celebrity in the promotional picture. But in reality, they only had a slight similarity in build. The male influencer's muscles were clearly built from protein powder, while Pei Yankus' physique was more proportionate, with solid muscles that weren't exaggerated, the result of long-term training and real effort. If compared, Pei Yankus' muscles were more pleasing to the eye. The dog's ears twitched slightly as if sensing something. It turned around and, upon seeing Wen-Chi, its dark, grape-like eyes lit up with excitement. Woof! Yuanbao suddenly kicked off with both feet, jumping off Pei Yankus' back and darting toward Wen-Chi like a small cannonball. Woof woof woof! Pei Yanchu steadied his breath, sinking his body downward, but Yuanbao kicked him twice. Losing his balance, he fell flat on the ground. Damn! Yuanbao, you! A light laugh rang out, like the soft jingling of wind chimes, interrupting his words. Pei Yanchu looked up in surprise, and a pair of jade-like feet appeared in his sight first. The sleep pants hung low, revealing a small section of delicate, slender ankles, with the thin soles of the feet resting on the wooden floor, making them look even paler, glowing with a faint, moonlit radiance. Looking up, he saw Wen-Chi's tall figure, followed by his bright, spring-like eyes, sleepy yet alluring, as if just waking up. Wen-Chi leaned down and picked up the dog, who was in his arms. Seeing Pei Yanchu still dumbfounded, lying on the floor staring at him, he lazily kicked Pei Yankus' shoulder and asked, "Is the floor stuck with glue?" Pei Yanchu pushed himself up with his hands, sitting cross-legged, and looked up at him, asking, "Are you hungry? I made apple oatmeal porridge in the kitchen, do you want some?" Wen-Chi nodded. Pei Yanchu said, "Then wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll take a quick shower." Wen-Chi replied, "I'm not so lazy that I can't serve myself." Pei Yanchu nodded briskly, "Okay." Wen-Chi gently put the dog down, went to the kitchen, and returned with a bowl of steaming oatmeal, placing it on the dining table. The sound of the bathroom water soon stopped, and Pei Yenchu emerged, fresh and clean, wearing simple casual clothes. He brought a glass of water to the dining room and sat down across from Wenqi. Just as he sat, the dog came running, scratching at Pei Yenka's pants. Pei Yenchu understood immediately and lifted the dog into his lap. The dog sat upright, its front paws reaching up to the edge of the table, wagging its tail at Wenqi. Yuanbao is using me as a chair to eat with you. Pei Yenchu said with amusement, pretty smart. Wenqi scooped up some porridge with a silver spoon, a smile curving the corners of his lips, and said, Yuanbao is smart. He can understand many commands. Though sometimes he pretends he doesn't. Pei Yenchu suggested, but standing like this isn't good for a dog's joints. How about we get Yuanbao a baby seat? He can sit beside you while you eat. In the past, Yuanbao would jump onto the chair beside him and lie there to keep him company. Wenqi thought for a moment and decided that buying a baby seat wasn't a bad idea. He nodded, okay. Pei Yenchu asked, how long have you had Yuanbao? When talking about the dog, Wenqi's bright eyes softened with a gentle smile, and his tone became warmer as he replied, I started raising him after graduating from university. It's been 2 years. When I first brought him home, he was so clingy. Wherever I went, he followed. His legs were short, so when he couldn't keep up, he would call out in a panic. Pei Yenchu looked down at the dog and couldn't help but say, seems like it's still the same now, right? His legs are still short. Yuanbao understood, and barked angrily, woof. Pei Yenchu teasingly asked, isn't it? Yuanbao huffed indignantly, woof woof woof. Pei Yenchu casually replied, yes yes yes, your legs aren't short at all. You're the fastest walking dog in the world. As they were having this serious conversation, Wenqi laughed for a moment and asked, did you walk Yuanbao this morning? Pei Yenchu nodded. I saw that you weren't fully awake, so I took Yuanbao out. Yuanbao knows the way and led me to a small park. There were quite a few girls in the park who recognized Yuanbao and greeted him. Wenqi replied, Yuanbao likes pretty girls. As soon as he sees them, he rushes over to greet them. You can't stop him, he knows he's cute and has made a lot of older sisters and aunties. Pei Yenchu laughed. I noticed. Yuanbao is indeed very popular, but when those girls came over and asked why it was me walking Yuanbao, they looked at me like I was a dog thief. Wenqi, interested, asked, what did you say? Pei Yenchu replied nonchalantly, I told them the truth. You were exhausted last night and couldn't get up this morning, so I had to take Yuanbao out instead. Wenqi paused in his action of drinking porridge, giving Pei Yenchu a look that was hard to describe. You. Pei Yenchu innocently asked, what's wrong? Wenqi sighed lightly. Nothing. In just 2 days, a sense of numbness had developed, as though it was something to be expected. Whether it was being misunderstood by one person or by a group of people, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Wenqi asked again, did they say anything else? They asked when I arrived, if I was staying here long-term, and about my work and other things, Pei Yenchu recalled. I just said I was staying here and that you're supporting me. Wenqi was silent for a moment. Great, so I sleep in a little longer this morning, and am sure the local dog owner community has already spread the word that I have a sugar baby now. Oh. By the way, on the way back, I saw an old man selling pomegranates from a tricycle. They looked pretty good, so I bought a few kilos. Did you weigh them when you bought them? No, why? Street fruit vendors often don't weigh things accurately. Pei Yenchu froze for a moment, quickly standing up to grab the digital scale from the kitchen. After a short while, he returned, looking frustrated. He really charged me for half a kilo more. The amount wasn't much, but it was still annoying. Wenqi smiled, gently comforting him. It's alright, you'll know next time. I've had the same experience. Pei Yenchu, feeling a little flattered, asked, Wenqi, why are you being so nice to me today? Wen Qi smiled. Probably because I suddenly realized you've never been very sharp, even back then. Knowing he was allergic to mangoes, and still drinking that mango sago. If he wasn't a silly dog, what else could he be? Pei Yanchu blinked in confusion and asked, huh? Just then, Wen Qi's phone lit up, and the ringtone for a voice call rang out. The name Song Jiyu appeared on the screen. Wen Qi lowered his gaze, his smile fading, and his expression becoming slightly more serious. Pei Yanchu also looked over, noticing the name, and asked, who's this? Wen Qi replied flatly, he's my mother's remarried partner's son, my nominal older brother. Wen Qi said this without expression, then clicked to answer the call. Xiao Qi. A male voice came through the voice call, gentle in tone, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Wen Qi skipped the pleasantries and directly asked, what's the matter? Song Jiyu wasn't surprised and continued, Antwan told me yesterday that you want to terminate your contract with Xingla. Wen Qi replied, I know about your visit to the hospital for psychology treatment, Song Jiyu said, but the contract is in black and white. The conditions were agreed upon. You're required to write at least 2 songs a year, which isn't too demanding, right? But this year, you haven't even submitted a single demo. Even if I wanted to agree, it wouldn't make sense. Song Ziyu's voice was calm, neither fast nor slow. Recently, the company's been facing a crisis, and some artists want to leave. If they find out you're terminating your contract like this, they're sure to be unhappy. It's going to be difficult for us too. Wen Qi lost his appetite, dropped the silver spoon into the bowl, and let his eyelids droop. What are you trying to say? The autumn air was chilly. He hadn't felt it when he had just gotten up, but now that he was only in pajamas and barefoot on the wooden floor, he started to feel the cold and hugged his arms. Song Ziyu's voice continued on the call, you've been with Xingla for so many years, and you've had a good relationship. I know your condition hasn't been great the last few years, he went on. Speaking at length with grand principles, saying how hard the company had it, how rare it was to have worked together for so long, and how they were willing to give Wen Qi some time to adjust. They could later renegotiate the terms of the contract, and the company was willing to make concessions. On the other side, Pei Yanchu put down the dog, stood up, and walked toward the bedroom. Wen Qi ignored him, zoning out in his chair, feeling irritated. Wasn't this a tiring roundabout way to speak? Was it even interesting? However, a set of footsteps approached from behind, stopped, and then a bit of weight fell onto his shoulder, an overcoat draped across him. It was thick and warm, chasing away the chill of autumn. Wen Qi was surprised and turned to see Pei Yanchu standing next to him, holding a pair of thin wool socks in his hands. Pei Yanchu knelt down slightly, took his right foot, and placed it on his knee. His warm palms wrapped around Wen Qi's slender ankle. And the touch felt like sparks on his slightly cool skin. Pei Yanchu lowered his head, his handsome brows dipped, and the silver ear stud in his left ear glinted faintly as he seriously slipped the thin socks onto Wen Qi's foot. His movements were slow and gentle, without any hint of impertinence, as natural as if he were simply draping the coat over him. Wen Qi was momentarily dazed, his foot curling slightly as if in response to the sensation. Pei Yanchu raised his head again, looked at him, and extended his hand, saying, left foot. In the phone call, Song Jiyu was still talking, endlessly filling the background with his voice. Wen Qi hesitated for a moment, then tentatively stretched his left foot out. A warm, dry hand once again held his foot, and the soft wool fabric wrapped around it inch by inch, covering his snowy white foot. The little dog tilted its head and sat beside them, blinking its black eyes curiously. Pei Yanchu softly said, Yuan Bao. Come warm up Xiao Qi's feet. The dog understood and immediately rolled over, generously offering its soft belly in a warm invitation. Wen Qi paused for a moment, and the clouded mood cleared up, as he gently smiled. His laughter interrupted Song Ziyu's conversation, and he asked in confusion, Xiao Qi, is someone next to you? Are you even listening to me? When Chi finally remembered that Song Jiyu was still on the line and slowly said, "I wasn't listening. Why don't you repeat it for me?" Song Jiyu. Chapter 13. With a beep, the call was ended. Pei Yenchu said, "Your so-called older brother doesn't seem very good at staying calm. He's been pampered since he was a child, and after graduating, he took over Xinyue. He's used to throwing his weight around, and can't stand anyone talking back to him," Wen Qi replied. "He directly contacted me, and I was quite surprised. I thought he'd send his agent to try to placate me. But it seems like he's genuinely afraid that I won't meet with the Song family, so he came to find me personally." Pei Yenchu pondered, "It sounds like Xinyue isn't willing to let you go." Wen Qi wasn't surprised at all. "I've been pretending to be in a bad state for over a year now, saying I can't write anything, even claiming that I need medication from the psychological counseling department for my insomnia and anxiety. They'd rather keep me as a mascot than release me from the contract. I've already guessed that they wouldn't just let me go easily." Pei Yenchu was thinking about how to bring up the topic of psychological counseling when he heard this and was stunned. Pretending to be in a bad state. Wen Qi gave a light hum. "I downloaded the questionnaire in advance and memorized a few sets of questions." He continued, "Otherwise, how would I have just happened to run into you at the international hospital? I had scheduled a psychological consultation that day. And just dropped by to see the commotion." He smiled. "But I didn't expect to end up bringing someone back." Pei Yenchu seemed to be processing the information, standing there in a daze, his gaze fixed on Wen Qi. Wen Qi asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Nothing at all." Pei Yanka's voice trembled a little but quickly hid it, and a smile appeared on his face, so bright it almost seemed silly. "I just think it's great." Wen Qi awkwardly turned his gaze away. "This silly dog, his smile is just too cheap." Pei Yenchu cleared the bowls from the table, humming a little tune as he went into the kitchen, his back radiating a sense of ease and happiness. When he came out, Wen Qi was playing tug-of-war with the little dog, holding the rope. He said, "I'm going to the studio later. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me." Pei Yenchu quickly realized the whole can't write songs thing was just to bluff the company. Wen Qi hesitated for a moment, then added, "I have an idle laptop on the desk in my room. If you need it you can use it." Pei Yenchu asked, "What do you need a computer for?" Wen Qi said, "Aren't all CEOs supposed to have these basic skills? Just buy a few stocks, and bam, they'll skyrocket. With a few clicks, a company can go bankrupt. Maybe once you get your hands on the computer, your skills will automatically light up, and you can make money quickly and pay off your debts sooner." Pei Yenchu paused for a moment, then laughed, his shoulders shaking with quiet chuckles. Wen Qi felt a little awkward, forcing himself to stay calm, and asked, "What are you laughing at? Isn't that the case?" Pei Yenchu reached out and ruffled his hair, the smile in his eyes sparkling. "If I were that capable, what would I be doing following you home? I'd rather go to an internet cafe, spend 3 days and nights, and reclaim everything that belongs to me." Wen Qi thought for a moment, realizing he wasn't wrong. But then he came to his senses. Instinctively brushing his hand away, saying, "Don't touch me." Pei Yenchu raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, looking innocent. Wen Qi felt incredibly uncomfortable, especially where Pei Yenchu had touched his hair. It felt like it was slightly burning, a tingling sensation like a current flowing through his body. "But there really isn't much housework. This morning, I picked up the delivery on the way, and I also fixed the broken faucet in the kitchen," Pei Yenchu said proactively. "If you don't mind, can I borrow your computer? I want to watch some shows. I'll leave the TV for Yuanbao to watch cartoons." Wen Qi nodded. "Sure, go ahead and use it." He handed the tattered rope knot to Pei Yenchu and returned to the studio. Taking out his phone, he intended to activate the Do Not Disturb mode as usual. Just as his finger was about to press the button, a local news push notification appeared at the top of his screen, XX company exposed for raw material fraud scandal. Stock price drops on opening today when Chi's fingertip hovered for a moment, feeling like had heard the name of the company recently. It sounded familiar. He clicked on the news notification, and a detailed report popped up. When Chi glanced at it quickly, surprised. This seemed to be the company of Mr. Wu, whom he had met at the restaurant recently, who had been boasting about their success. How is it that in such a short time, the company's stock price is already tanking? A figure flashed through Wen Chi's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Pei Yanchu had been right under his nose these past couple of days. What could he have done? He soon pushed the thought aside and didn't dwell on it any further. He exited the news report and switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode. The afternoon passed quietly. There were no little dogs whining at the door, and the stillness was so complete it felt as if one could hear a pin drop. After adjusting the soundtracks, Wen Chi left his room to get some water. He saw Pei Yanchu sitting on the sofa, wearing headphones, his expression serious as he stared at the laptop, seemingly deep in thought. The little dog was happily rolling a toy around on the floor. Wen Chi walked over, and his expression turned slightly strange when he saw what was on the screen. It was a short drama, and the title at the top of the screen caught his attention. The heir of a top-tier family, after Amnesia, becomes my canary. Episode 3. Pei Yanchu noticed the shadow fall over him and paused the video, removing his headphones. Wen Chi asked, "What are you watching?" Pei Yanchu replied, "A friend recommended it to me. They said the plot is a lot like my situation. I heard this short drama just released its third episode this afternoon and already has hundreds of thousands of likes. It's super popular." Wen Chi was puzzled. "Like your situation?" Pei Yanchu sighed. "The male lead has a fiancé. But he also keeps the second male lead as his canary. I thought, this is totally like us, isn't it? I hurried over to learn a few things, just in case I end up in a similar situation. I might be able to use the lines directly." The plot just got to the point where the male lead's mother came to confront the second male lead, slapping a check in his face, telling him to step aside and not ruin the relationship between the male lead and his fiancée. He looked at Wen Chi and asked, "Xiao Chi, do you think your mom would also slap a check in my face and tell me to leave?" His tone sounded rather hopeful. What on earth is this? Wen Chi felt a headache coming on. He leaned over, resting his side against Pei Yankus, and tapped the keyboard. The screen exited the video, and the introduction page popped up. Director, XX. Starring, XXXX. Screenwriter, Su Shui. Pei Yanchu also saw it and let out a soft eh. Wen Chi's lips twitched slightly. Then he immediately called Su Qianjun. Su Qianjun picked up quickly, his voice oddly nervous. He, Xiao Chi, you're looking for me." Wen Chi got straight to the point. Shui, did you write me and Pei Yanchu into the short drama?" "Ah, Xiao Chi, aren't you someone who doesn't watch short dramas?" "If you found out, it must really be popular," Su Qianjun said, sounding awkward. "The agent asked me to step in at the last minute. The lead actor was throwing a tantrum, the director got angry and told him not to act anymore, so they called me in to rewrite the script. I just came back from your place, and well, I couldn't help but borrow a little bit of inspiration." Wen Chi asked, "A little bit?" "Don't worry, Xiao Chi, it's just the reunion scene between the male lead and second male lead at the start. It's a little similar, but the rest of the plot is all made up by me, definitely has nothing to do with you two," Su Qianjun said quickly. "If you mind, I'll pull out and stop writing. After all, I get paid by the episode. I've always been kicked out by the production before, but this time I'm actively writing for them, and it's pretty satisfying. What's the point of pulling out?" Wen Chi knew that Su Qianjun had worked hard on scripts that were constantly rewritten, and since they weren't popular, they didn't get much attention. "Keep writing. I just wanted to ask, are you happy that this drama has become so popular?" "Happy, of course. I'm really happy. Seeing that Wen-Chi wasn't angry, Su Qianjun perked up. I just changed my stage name, and this drama became a hit. The master didn't lie to me. Shao-Chi, if you wear the earrings that have been blessed, you'll definitely turn your luck around too. Wen-Chi chuckled. Alright. Su Qianjun quickly added, Shao-Chi, I can't talk to you anymore. I need to focus on catching the next trending plot point for the short drama. Go ahead, Wen-Chi said. Make sure to rest. The call ended, and Pei Yanchu asked. Why don't you ask me if the second male lead really received a check? Wen-Chi lightly kicked Pei Yanke's leg. Stop overthinking things. Pei Yanchu said, I'm just being cautious. What if Auntie sees that I'm penniless and it's easy to handle me, and for the sake of your reputation, she really gives me a check to send me off? Wen-Chi paused for a moment and, by some strange impulse, asked, would you take the check? Of course I wouldn't take it. Pei Yanchu spoke earnestly. Wen-Chi's lips curled slightly, then he heard Pei Yanke's next line, what if Auntie only gives a check and doesn't provide an unconditional gift agreement? Won't that money just be easily taken back? Pei Yanchu continued, also, if it's an accidental gain, there's a 20 tax to pay. Was going to cover that tax. We need to make sure of that. Perhaps due to being pulled into Pei Yanke's absurd line of thinking, Wen-Chi started to take it a bit more seriously and asked. What if my mom writes an unconditional gift agreement and agrees to cover the tax on the accidental gain? That condition sounded pretty generous, right? Auntie is that generous? Pei Yanchu put on a thoughtful expression, then his deep brows relaxed, a faint smile appeared, and he said, in that case, I still wouldn't agree. Wen-Chi raised an eyebrow. Why not? Pei Yanchu glanced at him and mumbled, if you're supporting me I'm not losing out. Wen-Chi asked, you don't feel like you're losing out, washing clothes, cooking, and playing with Yuanbao every day? Pei Yanke's ears turned slightly red, and he said seriously, you look so good, people should pay to look at you. I've been here for 2 days and have seen you so many times I've already earned the money for a check. Doing a little housework is nothing, of course, it's not a loss. True men should kneel and listen to their wives, making them happy. When outside, they should work hard, bringing in wealth. At home, they shouldn't let their wives get tired a bit. Housework is just a test of love for the wife. Wen-Chi didn't know what he was thinking, but chuckled and asked, so, according to you, it sounds like I'm the one who's losing out? Yes. Pei Yanchu said naturally, so they must want to drive me, this person who's taking advantage, out and take you away. Who are they? Wen-Chi was interrupted when his phone vibrated, and 2 new messages popped up. He lowered his head to read. Wen-Ruken, I heard Ji-Yu say you're living with another friend now. Wen-Ruken, Mom doesn't know you're so close with a friend to the point of living together. But Shao-Chi, since you agreed to meet with the Shen family, won't it be bad if this gets out? Wen-Ruken, if there are any inappropriate relationships, they need to be cut off immediately. Shao-Chi, you understand, right? The timing of the messages was too precise, making Wen-Chi feel a strange unease. What's going on? Is the next plot really going to be his mom throwing a check in Pei Yanke's face, telling him to get lost? Chapter 14. Pei Yanchu noticed his stiff expression and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Wen-Chi replied vaguely, casually placing his glass on the armrest and sitting down on the sofa. He lowered his head, typing out a reply. It's Pei Yanchu, he's just temporarily staying here. However, Pei Yanchu got up and came over to take Wen-Chi's glass. Wen-Chi didn't pay attention to him, focusing on the screen, carefully wording his response and cautiously typing the message. After a few exchanges, his brows tightened further until a glass of water appeared in front of him. Wen-Chi put his phone down, thanked him, and took the glass from Pei Yanchu. He took a sip, then slowly lifted his long lashes and looked at the person in front of him, saying, my mom said she's coming to the apartment tomorrow. Ah, is it for me? Pei Yanchu gave a surprised Almost shy smile. Will auntie give me a check? Should my line be I'm not with Xiao-Qi for money, or our relationship can't be humiliated by money? Wen-Qi imagined that scene and felt his scalp tingle with awkwardness. You're going to keep quiet the whole time, just be a background figure. Pei Yanke's tone was regretful. Is that it? Wen-Qi remained silent for 2 seconds, then said, she's coming to return my contract tomorrow. Pei Yanchu asked, isn't your contract supposed to be in your hands? Wen-Qi's eyes dimmed slightly. When I signed the contract, I was 16. My mom kept the contract, saying I was still a minor. After I turned 18 and wanted to get it back, my mom never gave it to me. Pei Yanchu finally understood. Got it, your contract is like a child's New Year's money, once you touch it, you never see it again. Wen-Qi's moment of melancholy was interrupted, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of humor. He nodded, if you put it that way. Sure. Pei Yanchu asked, so when it comes to breaking the contract, your mom's on your side? Wen-Qi raised an eyebrow, his tone taking on some interest. How so? This afternoon, I checked on the computer and found that Xingyue has been exposed in a scandal involving bribing low-tier celebrities with sexual favors. It's under investigation, and the artists under the company are all looking into how to jump ship early to sever ties. Pei Yanchu said, and Wen announced her retirement from the industry when she first got married, then stayed out for a while. After the divorce, she signed with Xingyue Media to release songs and make a comeback. Her fame is even greater than it was before she retired 10 years ago. She also remarried President Song, gained a share of Xingyu stock, and is deeply tied to the company's interests. She can't just separate from it, but you're different. I don't know what your contract says, but there's no record of Wen-Qi at Xingyue. In other words, in the public's eyes, you have no connection with Xingyue. And the marriage with the Shen family hasn't been confirmed yet, so Xingyue could capsize at any moment. The first lesson in economics is about diversification and put all your eggs in one basket. Since Antwan can't leave Xingyue, but if you can break your contract, even if Xingyue sinks, you won't be dragged down with it. If the marriage happens, it's still a tie with the Song family, and whether your contract is cancelled or not, it won't make a difference. Pei Yanchu looked at Wen-Qi and cautiously asked, am I right? It sounds reasonable. Wen-Qi's voice was slow, his gaze tinged with curiosity. But I don't think I've ever told you who my mother is, right? Didn't you tell me? Pei Yanchu calmly replied, well, it's not bad to know. You've mentioned Mr. Su Shui, Uncle Song, and Xingyue. You share the same surname as Wen-Geho, so it wasn't hard to put the pieces together after a quick search. Wen-Qi smiled faintly. Mr. Pei, didn't you say that using a computer wasn't very useful? But it looks like you're using it quite well to search for information. Pei Yanchu laughed awkwardly, no one online knows that Wen-Geho has a son. You've hidden your identity well. I didn't notice at first, but after checking, you really do look like Wen-Geho. Each time he spoke, Wen-Qi's expression darkened. Pei Yanchu quickly shifted the topic, Xiao-Qi, do you eat pomegranate? I'll cut it for you. Sure, Wen-Qi replied slowly, I want pomegranate juice, with the seeds removed. Cutting a pomegranate is simple, just a few cuts, but making pomegranate juice requires painstakingly removing the seeds one by one and blending them in a juicer, then straining out the fine seeds. The process is complicated. It was clearly meant to trouble him. Pei Yanchu didn't complain, smiling brightly as he quickly said, all right. I'll go now. He rolled up his sleeves and excitedly turned to the kitchen. Wen-Qi thought for a moment, then stood up and followed him, like a little puppy eagerly trailing behind. Pei Yanchu picked up a pink apron, put it on, and turned around to see Wen-Qi leaning against the kitchen door. He smiled and said, here to supervise. Wen-Qi replied with a hum, I'm worried you'll poison me. Pei Yanchu took a pomegranate from the fridge, half joking, that won't do. If I poison you, how will I get Aunt Wen's check? I still want to see how many zeros are on it. Dream about it tonight, Wen-Chi scoffed. A blank check, fill in any amount you like, I suggest filling all 9, including 2 decimal places. That wouldn't be good, all 9s. Pei Yen-Chu held the red pomegranate in his hand, raising his eyebrows, a mischievous smile on his face. If someone didn't know better, they'd think it's Aunt Wen blessing us with longevity. And the check is our wedding red envelope. Wen-Chi's forehead twitched. You really dare to think. Well, if you're dreaming, you have to be bold, Pei Yen-Chu said. Do you want sugar in the pomegranate juice? No sugar. All right. Pei Yen-Chu washed the pomegranate with filtered water, took a wooden cutting board and a fruit knife, turned his back, and began to cut the outer skin. His back was as straight as a pine tree, his shoulders relaxed, and the 2 ties of the apron accentuated his narrow waist. His legs were long and straight. Wen-Chi's gaze scanned him from top to bottom, inch by inch. Pei Yen-Chu suddenly turned around and asked tentatively, how about you go wait outside for me? Wen-Chi crossed his arms and casually asked, am I blocking you by standing here? Pei Yen-Chu replied calmly, when you watch me from behind, I get nervous. He then asked, why does this feel so familiar? When we were in class, didn't you also watch me from behind? Wen-Chi sneered. Young Master Pei, you and those rich second-generation friends have your exclusive seats by the window in the last few rows. Who would dare question you or ask you to move? Do I have eyes on the back of my head when I look at you? Pei Yen-Chu looked innocent. What if you stole a glance at me when you bent down to pick up a pen? It's not impossible. Wen-Chi was completely exasperated with him, not even bothering to curse anymore. All the thoughts he had been contemplating vanished. He turned to leave but paused mid-step. He turned back. Pei Yen-Chu said, what, you can't bear to leave me? Wen-Chi didn't answer, but he moved towards him. Pei Yen-Chu instinctively took a step back, but his left hand, which had been hidden behind him, was pulled out. There was a thin line on his index finger, with blood slowly seeping out. Wen-Chi grabbed Pei Yanke's wrist and looked up at him. Pei Yen-Chu awkwardly smiled and explained, the pomegranate slipped when I cut it. He then added. What a sneaky pomegranate. The pun was so bad that Wen-Chi didn't even want to react. He let go of his hand and said, stand here and wait for me. Pei Yen-Chu, a tall man, obediently held up his injured index finger like a torch, his black eyes shining. He gave a small sound of acknowledgement. Wen-Chi returned to the living room, found the iodine swabs and band-aids from the small first aid kit in the cabinet, and went back to the kitchen. Pei Yen-Chu stared at him, seemingly with anticipation. Wen-Chi asked, you don't want me to help you with your injury, do you? No, no, Pei Yen-Chu immediately replied. I'll do it myself. He washed the wound with clean water, used the iodine swab to disinfect it, and finally applied a band-aid though it was a bit crooked. Pei Yen-Chu casually asked, how did you know I had an injury on my hand? Instinct. As he turned around, Wen-Chi had an odd feeling that something was off with Pei Yen-Chu. He didn't want to say more and urged him, go out. I'll clean up here. Pei Yen-Chu refused to leave. It's just a small wound, it's fine. I was a little embarrassed earlier, so I didn't want you to see it. You wait in the living room, I'll make sure to get the pomegranate juice for you. He pushed Wen-Chi out of the kitchen, pressing on his shoulder. Wen-Chi, who usually ate little and didn't move much, had no habit of exercising and couldn't stand his ground. He was forcefully pushed out. The door to the kitchen slammed shut. Wen-Chi thought, as expected, he's like a silly dog, eager to do housework. Inside the kitchen, Pei Yen-Chu closed the door, feeling like he had just put on a show and looked pretty cool. He lowered his head and made eye contact with the small white dog wagging its tail. The door opened again, and the dog, panting and happily wagging its tail, was also ushered out. Pei Yen-Chu inside the kitchen said, keep Yuanbao away from here. Wen-Chi was a bit confused. Yuanbao was usually well behaved. And even if it wandered around the kitchen, it wouldn't be a bother. He didn't think much of it and took the small dog back to the sofa. Then, the blender in the kitchen hummed to life, startling the dog, which yelped and darted under Wenqi's clothes, its tail sticking out and trembling. Wenqi froze for a moment, quickly put down his phone, and hugged the little dog in his arms, feeling a bit conflicted. It had been so long since he used the blender that he had forgotten the silly dog was scared of loud noises. On the other hand, Pei Yanchu, probably because he had been helping to wash the dog, remembered that it was afraid of loud sounds and even reminded him. Fortunately, the blender only ran for about 10 seconds before stopping. Wenqi felt a little guilty and rummaged through the snack box beside the sofa, pulling out the codfish strips that Yuanbao liked to comfort it. The kitchen door opened. And Pei Yanchu came out holding 2 glasses of pomegranate juice. The little dog had finished the codfish and was now playing a command game with Wenqi in the middle of the living room. Wenqi, spin. The dog excitedly chased its tail. Wenqi, sit. The dog plopped down on the floor. Wenqi, say hello. The dog spun around, realized something was wrong, and quickly raised one paw. Wenqi sat on the floor, smiled, and stretched out his pale hand, saying, "Come, shake hands." The dog, tongue out, placed one paw in Wenqi's palm, its black grape-like eyes seemingly smiling. Wenqi praised, "Good dog." Pei Yanchu placed the 2 glasses of pomegranate juice on the table, then walked over and said enviously, "I want to play too." Wenqi nodded and began to teach, "Then you come closer, squat down or sit on the floor, so Yuanbao can recognize the command, then do it like this." He stretched out his palm and said, "Say, shake hands." As soon as the words left his mouth, Pei Yanka's hand and Yuanbao's paw both landed on Wenqi's soft palm at the same time. The person and the dog, both squatting, looked up at him with bright, eager eyes. Wenqi. Wenqi.